Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Sedgwick County Commission meeting. Welcome to those joining online on Facebook and YouTube and everyone joining us in person. We're glad you're here today. When you walk in, we always encourage you to grab a meeting agenda packet that allows you to follow along with the items we're discussing at the County Commission meeting today. If you're ever curious about supporting documents, you can access those at sedgwickcounty.org. So let's get to work. We have a lot to discuss this morning, and we'll officially call the meeting for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026 to order. Madam Clerk, first item.
Invocation to be led by Pastor Timothy Cho, Grace First Church. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, let's pray. The Lord spoke through the writer of Proverbs, as his word declares, "Do not forget my teaching, but keep my commands in your heart, for they will prolong your life many years and bring you peace and prosperity. Let love and faithfulness never leave you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. Then you will win favor and a good name in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight." Lord, it is through your divine providence that you have brought these men and women here in this room to justly serve the people of Sedgwick County and to exercise your ordained authority over this county for the purpose of peace and prosperity. I pray that you guide them in all their endeavors as commissioners, to lead wisely, to serve selflessly, and to walk humbly in confidence to bring justice and peace through their leadership to this place. As we approach this Holy Week, we're reminded of the sacrifice displayed on a Roman cross by the Son of God, where Jesus hung and died for ungodly sinners. It was for the way to the Father, for the eternal truth of your word, and for the everlasting life with Christ, that you gave yourself up for sinners who would turn to you in repentance by faith to receive the eternal gift of your grace. So I pray for this Board of Commission, that they would also serve sacrificially in the way you served, that they would also uphold the truth as you proclaimed, and that they too would judge by the moral standard according to your just nature. I pray all these things in the name of Jesus, the eternal and holy Son of God. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Beatty.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Wise.
Present.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. First up, we're going to talk about the April burn ban that's in place from April 1st through April 30th. We have Division Chief Timmons from the Sedgwick County Fire District 1 here to speak about it. Sir?
Good morning, Commission and Chairman. Just as a reminder to everyone, this April burn ban is brought about by state statute. It is through the KDHE and is part of the Kansas Flint Hills Smoke Management Plan. The effects of it for our citizens in unincorporated areas are pretty minimal. Basically, we set aside the open burning, permit required open burning, which is piles of limbs and brush and stuff from maintaining your own property, to allow for the pasture burning and the things on a larger scale for our agricultural communities. The effects will be pretty minimal at our Sedgwick County parks. If you want to go to Lake Afton and have a campfire, you're still allowed to do that. You're still allowed to do the chimeneas, the commercial fire pits, grilling, using your smoker. That's in the unincorporated areas. If you're living within a city limits, whether it be a member city of the fire district or a non-member city, please check with your city because they can sometimes be more restrictive than what the state statute requires. There are several counties affected by the burn ban: Butler, Chase, Chautauqua, Cowley, Elk, Geary, Greenwood, Johnson, Lyon, Marion, Morris, Pottawatomie, Riley, Sedgwick, and I'm going to apologize to anybody in this next county if I mispronounce it, Wabunzi, as well as Wyandotte and Sedgwick. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? Good. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and for today's county good news is especially good news. Election Commissioner Laura Rainwater is here to reveal this year's I voted and future voter election stickers. You're up.
Thanks.
Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. This is truly one of my favorite days of the year for the election office. We're here to celebrate talented students all across our county who have designed outstanding I voted and future voter stickers for this year's elections. Schools play a unique and important role in teaching young people and helping them participate in our democracy. Teaching students about elections and voting is a meaningful part of civics education, and this contest is one way we bring that learning to life. I'd like to take a moment and recognize teachers and school administrators who are here with us today. Can you please stand? Thank you for embracing this project and incorporating it into your classrooms. Your support makes this possible. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our Strategic Communications Department. Nicole, Jocelyn, Brandon, Robin, and Stephanie, their hard work and helping me coordinate this big contest that seems to grow every year is truly appreciated. So thank you. This contest is truly a collaborative effort between our office and schools across the entire community. This year, we received entries from approximately 40 different schools, along with many thoughtful submissions from homeschool students. It's exciting to see how much this program has grown. In 2024, the very first year of the contest, the I Voted contest, we had 125 entries. Last year, that number grew to 245. This year, we had over 305 entries for the I Voted sticker contest. We also introduced a new contest for students in grades K through 5. We had over 160 entries in that category. Judging took place on March 12th by a bipartisan panel, and I can tell you they had a very, very difficult job. We are grateful for their time and thoughtful consideration, and I'd like to thank them. It was led by Roman Rodriguez. Roman, are you still here? He's in the back of the room. Thank you, Roman. Hazel Stabler. I thought I saw Hazel. Guess not. Amy Christensen and Robin Fertner from our communications department here at Sedgwick County. The rules of this contest include artwork that is nonpartisan and incorporated the theme of voting or elections in Sedgwick County, the state of Kansas, or the United States. While the use of AI to create the design is allowed, we don't encourage it. Now, lastly, I want to congratulate all you finalists. You were up against some very tough competition, and to me, you're all winners. Even though we can only have one first place, you are all winners and should congratulate yourself that you are even here today with us. So I will begin by announcing the winners of our Future Voter Sticker Contest, which was open to students in kindergarten through 5th grade. Please come down as I call your name to be recognized and receive your certificates. In 3rd place, from St. Elizabeth Ann Seton, Clara Lease. Clara is a 4th grader at St. Elizabeth. Congratulations. You want to go over next to your poster so they can take a picture of you? Thank you, Clara. Congratulations. We had a tie for 3rd place. So from Isley Traditional Magnet, Adeline Renich, and I hope I said your last name right. Adeline. Very good. Congratulations. son was a 5th grader at Isley. Also from Isley, another 5th grader, Sophia Solorzano. Did I say that correctly? And finally, our first place winner, this sticker will be produced and given out at all polling sites to parents and voters that bring kids under 18, a future voter sticker. So I'm pleased to announce the first place winner, a 3rd grader from Colwich Elementary, Penelope Gators. Kids will love this. This is now moving on to our I Voted sticker contest winners. This contest again is open to students in grades 6 through 12. Our 3rd place winner, an 8th grader from Derby North Middle School, Abriella Escato. Good job. Second place, again, we had a tie. I'm telling you, the judges had a very tough decision with all the good artwork that was submitted. So second place, we had a tie from in 11th grade from Valley Center High School, Willa Lawrenson. In second place from Derby High School, 9th grader Riley McAllister. And I want to point out, Riley won last year too. She took second. So congratulations, Riley. Beautiful stickers. And lastly, our first place winner, she's a 10th grader at May South High School, Rylan Denke. Again, congratulations. Your creativity and contributions help inspire civic engagement across our community. And again, a big congratulations. I want to invite all of you to join us outside the Commission chambers for a celebration reception where you will have the opportunity to take photos with the commissioners and view the students' artwork. We'll have the foam boards out there for more pictures. So after county announcements are over, proclamations, we'll be going outside. So thank you again.
Well, how exciting. We have a lot of great artists in Sedgwick County. And yeah, I look forward to getting some pictures here as soon as we get done with announcements. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
No, just a couple things. Number one, Laura, thank you. I think is this year 3 that we've
Third
done?
year.
And what it's done to help engage a future generation of voters is really quite impressive. And your program that your office has initiated has been duplicated across the state. We have other county election offices that are doing the exact same
Lots
thing,
of them.
correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So it's really cool to know that your artwork will be on that sticker that thousands upon thousands of people will be wearing that day. So it's just a really, really cool deal. Thank you for the teachers and administrators that support this and to help promote voter engagement and education in your schools. This is really important. You're the next generation of leaders and voters in this community. So thank you for engaging this process. So congratulations to everybody, and thank you, Laura, for your leadership here.
All right. Thank you very much.
There's no other news that can top that today.
Okay. If you guys don't mind, we'd like to recess here for about 5 minutes and go outside and take the pictures with all the kids. And then Tanya, Rachel, we'd also like to take pictures with your group as well, if that's okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Madam Clerk, next item.
Public agenda.
Public agenda. We have 7 people signed up on public agenda. Scott, I believe you signed up on public agenda for BOCC. We're probably going to wait until fire public agenda to call you up if that's all right. So we'll go ahead and first person is Mick Roush. And please state your name and address for the record.
Mick Roush.
Morning, Mick.
28413 West 6th Garden Plain. I'm on a township board. Everybody knows where I live. That's an inside joke. I'd like to make my comments quick. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I wish to address the commission on behalf of 2 boards. I sit on 2 taxing boards. I'm on the Watershed District Board, the Clear Creek Watershed Board, and the Township Board. First, I will address the concerns of the watershed. First, I'm not a hydrologist. I'm just an old 71-year-old farmer who's been farming since I was 8 years old, since I broke my arm on a tractor because of a tomato. I get excited here, excuse me. Okay. I broke my arm because of a darn tomato, but that's a long story. Okay, the Watershed District has several concerns. The first, I believe, the GP site is not a good location. It's at the start of 3 watersheds, the Cowskin, the Clear Creek, and the Spring Creek. Those 3 watersheds share mostly half of Sedgwick County and in one of the largest cities in the state. The first possible runoff from 2 very large buildings has been documented by the group's data that they've shared with you guys. But they say they'll put in retention ponds, and I'm an old farmer, and you can't build a big enough pond to hold all the water from a large rain or a major rain event. Third, contamination issues. The groundwater in the watershed, I don't want that to happen to get into the groundwater that my constituents drink, so I'm concerned about that. So I've only got a few minutes, so I'll address the township issues next. First, we all share with many of the watershed districts with the runoff issues. The township's responsibilities are roads and culverts. The possibility of heavy rains overrunning our ditches and culverts could endanger the public right away, and that's an issue I take dear to heart. Another issue is the amount of heavy construction traffic on the roads due to the township. I've seen it personally because when they put in the Buffalo Flats project, I was on the roads every day, it seems like, just trying to maintain road because the heavy truck traffic was just breaking down my roads faster than I could repair them. And the GP side is going to be substantially larger than what Buffalo Flats project was. And the last concern is the tax relief promised by the state. How do I pay for road repairs I'm going to have to make on roads that I have no tax base to bring that back up on? In conclusion, I ask that the regulations need to be written to protect the local landowners and, if possible, reject the GP proposed site. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll...
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Howe, you have a question? I do. Well, actually, I have a couple of comments and questions, both. Thank you, Chairman. Mick, thank you for being here today. I really appreciate you. I want to just address a couple of your points. Again, I want to make sure that we get good information out there as soon as possible, so I'm just going to speak to a couple of points. We're focused right now on regulations that are countywide. We're not focused on a specific site or a specific company or a specific proposal. Mm-hmm. As far as we officially know, there's no specific site or anything. So you're speaking about a location in your township, and and I understand that. But I'd like to say that right now we are focused on regulations that are basically countywide regulations, and so. With respect to once the regulations are in place, if there is an applicant that files for a data center under those regulations, one of the things we always do, and I think the county's pretty good at this, we have a stormwater engineer, his name's Scott Lindebeck, and we have to have a plat that's filed that deals with stormwater runoff. And I would say that they are aggressive enough that the downstream flooding that happens from stormwater is usually improved, if not equal, but maybe even improved. so that the development actually improves the stormwater runoff situation and manages the water at a more aggressive level than what would be without the improvement. So I'm not saying that if we get through these regulations and if there is an application, there will have to be a plat filed. And if that plat doesn't meet that requirement, that would be a reason at that time to vote no. Okay, so we would have that future opportunity to reject, if you will, an application for or a proposed, project, if you will, based on inadequate stormwater management. So that would be a future discussion for an actual application if that came before us. And with respect to the tax relief, you're right, and I think Commissioner Meitzer might bring this up today, but the state did pass Senate Bill 98, which is a sales tax abatement for 20 years for the labor and the things they purchase to construct a data center. And it did not abate property taxes, and I don't think we've even had a discussion yet about what will happen with property taxes. I think there was a slide last night at the event that talked about property tax revenues, and I don't know that I mentioned the township specifically, but in the township that this is going to be located in, assuming they're not inside of a city, as far as I know, they'll be paying township taxes. That might be more money than you can even imagine. So I don't know how that's going to work out. But I don't know there's any intent for us at this time. There's been no discussion that I'm aware of about abating property taxes in any way. So I don't know what will happen, but I don't know that that's going to be an issue. I think that I'll say this: Oaklawn does receive township taxes from Boeing. And there are a lot of IRBs in play there, so those parts of the property are not paying property taxes. But there's plenty of other properties there at Boeing that do pay taxes. In Oaklawn, the streets all around that area are all paved, and they're maintained by primarily revenue from Boeing through the township for those streets. And so just an example of what might happen there. I'm not suggesting that your community be like Oaklawn necessarily. I'm simply saying the money, it would be similar to what I'm seeing in my district over by Oaklawn. That's at least 2 points. I could probably talk about other ones, but I think those 2 points are should be noted by people who are worried about those two things. Hope that helps. It makes any sense. Do you have any comments back to me?
Well, I respect your comment. I'm going to disagree on the water. I've been doing this a long time, and I've yet to see a pond yet that hasn't overflowed in a major rain event. And you say, that it's going to take care of my roads and bridges in my township. It's going to also inundate the townships below me that are on the same creek and watershed, because I've got some bridges. One of them's directly in this flow that's coming out of there. The county's going to have to replace the bridge. And if you bring in more water again, it's going to have to.
One thing the county's good at is that those larger crossroad culverts are basically managed, installed, and maintained by the county. So if there is more stormwater going downstream from that, they're going to have to deal with that as well. So this should not be your township problem. It should be a problem that has to be managed,
right.
But it may not fall on your township. So again, I would say that the county would have an interest in that discussion as well. So again, if there is excessive runoff and damage to infrastructure all the way to where that water ends up in some lake or wherever it ends up, or a river, then that would have to be improved to manage that level of water. And these I'm not an expert, obviously, but the stormwater retention ponds that are built have to be able to manage, the calculated whatever it is, how many acre feet of water that is, and to be able to hold that and let it out at a metered rate in a safe manner so that it doesn't flood people downstream. That's how that works. And those are required in virtually every development in Sedgwick County has that requirement at this point. So anything was built a long time ago, maybe didn't have those standards, but if you look at any construction that's been built in the last several decades, they've done a pretty good job. And there's lots of communities that have stormwater retention ponds that actually, if you watch what happens in the really, really large storms, you'll see that they do a pretty good job. So anyway, with that, I understand your concern. I think I empathize with your concern. I do think there's a legal government answer to that we need to be vigilant to make sure that it happens the way it's supposed to happen.
But I also have to make care of the storm flow into those structures, so it's going to put an undue stress on my township. Simply because of the stream flow coming in, I also have to handle the stream flow from my end, which is the creeks and running into that. So yeah, it's going to be a process.
I'm not sure we understand each other yet. We can
Well,
talk
I
about
don't
this some
think we
more.
do, but
Okay, all right. Thank
you
for
come
your
out after
comments.
2-inch rain and I'll show you.
All right, thank you, Mick.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mick. Next person, Adam May. Morning, Adam. If you would say
Commissioners.
your name and address, please.
Adam May. I live at 847 North 263rd Street West, Garden Plain. So I'd like to begin by saying that I'm aligned with the mission that each of you have to find development that improves the infrastructure of the county and the quality of life of its residents. I'd agree that the economic growth and job creation is vital for the well-being of our county, right? Making this place an attraction to new members and businesses alike. That's why I wrote the other day an email about Garden Plain and the community center there that's been in planning and how that can not only benefit Garden Plain, but I believe for greater Sedgwick County. And so more about my personal mission, I think, from how I would ask a couple questions to myself and maybe how you all are thinking about it. I continue to ask myself, what is the right thing to do for my neighbors? So more about that moral law aspect and how that can help guide certain decisions. Follow-up question would be, what are policies and more of that legal law aspect that are in place? So I think that's, again, as Commissioner Howell, you mentioned some of the status of this and how you all are writing those regulations. So it brings me to my point on data centers, and what I've studied and shared is more about how the impact, if we're going to make this investment, what really understanding that impact of the data centers. I was glad to see in the recent roundtable the environmentalists there, particularly with Mike Betson and how he was able to speak and have that really good dialogue. So I guess in closing for me, I have a question, if I can propose this, and to anybody that might want to respond, because Commissioner Howell, you made a great point on making sure that you all are checking boxes and making progress there. So what maybe was a key takeaway, if many, that did help during that roundtable, or even things that were after that? Have there been things that you've resolved in that regulations, and maybe on the flip side, something that is still really big missing gap in what you need from an information standpoint? So just sharing some perspective there from any commissioner who wants to take that.
Okay. Commissioner Meitzner?
Yeah, Mr. May, thank you and the question, what did we get from it? I know what I got from it was I really enjoyed the explanation of the SB 98, that again, the state passed it. The state sent out invitations around the country to come to Kansas. We did not do that.
Yeah.
But I loved his explanation. Many of the things that people are worried about, they have to, if you watched it, I assume, and I can pull up and I would encourage everybody to at least watch his presentation, because it really says that if you don't pass a pretty stringent water test, for instance, and power test, and all, you won't even get to the qualifying in the Planning Commission to even go or not go. There's incredibly, besides everybody focus on the sales tax, the 20-year abatement, which in itself I question, I know, but you're asking our opinion, what did we learn? It is what it is on that. But the very tight restrictions that committee, that the applicants have to submit, are, to me, that's what I got out of it, a lot of that. And I hope that, and I've tried to share that link to some on email, and I think it goes to no avail, because the meeting was 2 hours long. But his section there and his response to some of the questions, it really shows that the state is also trying to take responsibility. They're the ones that are inviting, and they put themselves in the mix of approval or not.
Yeah, it's kind of downstream from that.
Compliance or not, KDHE, all So that's what I got out of.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of other stuff.
Playback speed at 1.5 really helps get through that 2 hours.
What's that? Oh, yeah. So anyway, if anybody wants, I mean, I think they could email either of us. I know that the communication department did a nice job of they provided us all the YouTube link, and you can say, hey, go to this section and you can kind of learn at least what the state's role in this is.
Yeah, and I don't want to take too much time, but I think a lot of us have tried to be understood, and you all are doing a good job of that. Kind of very effective people, I'd say at that. I'm trying to maybe understand more on your guys' perspective, so don't want to take too much time, but yeah, keep going if you need, or I can follow up an email.
I think Commissioner Howe's got a question.
I just want to answer the question. Answer the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to Senate Bill 98 for just a minute. One of the clauses in this says that they have to have systems designed to collect, conserve, and reuse water. And it is, as previously stated, it's a 20-year sales tax abatement. There's an interesting thing at the end of the bill. It talks about breach of agreement. If the Secretary determines that the breach of the agreement has occurred, the Secretary is required to provide written notice that the firm has 120 days to cure the breach. If the breach is not cured within 120 days, they can require the firm to repay all or part of the amount of the sales tax exemption received and wholly or partially terminate the exemption. So there's a lot at stake for them to do this. There's a lot of other things they have to comply with. I would have said, though, that had the state not passed Senate Bill 98, we would have done, I think, as good of a job. We probably wouldn't have had to give up sales tax revenue. Mm-hmm. I think on the front end, one of the advantages to a community doing any of this is there's a benefit in terms of tax support for the community, and they deserve it. And I don't think we would have probably abated anything. But at the end of the day, they did abate this, apparently to lure them into the state. And as previous speaker, we did not send out a welcome mat to these companies, but someone else did. Yeah. And here they are. Our job right now is to figure out how to do this if it can be done. And so to answer your question, at that round table, or the round table we had upstairs here, I'm growing very frustrated. We have a lot of smart people in the room on both sides of the issue. I think the commissioners are trying to learn and listen and ask lots of questions, and we're trying to learn. There's been a lot of accusations against us about our bias or that we are even corrupt. I've heard that before. But that is so offensive, and it's no data to back that up. We're being investigative. We're being curious. We're trying to learn the data, see what's good and bad. Our job is to create regulations that's going to protect you, the people, and provide an opportunity for these companies that want to come here and do their job. We have to be able to find a way to strike that balance. Our job is to create these regulations. And so what I'm seeing is we as commissioners, for the first time today, correct me if I'm wrong, we have an item on the agenda to discuss data centers. So commissioners can actually discuss data centers. Mm-hmm. Because of Kansas Open Meetings Act, I just can't go to Stephanie's office and say, hey, Stephanie, let's chat about data centers.
I see.
Doesn't work that way. I have to do that in public. Okay? So I don't know what they think. I know what I think. I don't know what they think.
That's different in my employer. That makes it harder.
So you understand, we have to follow the law. We're so, and I would tell you, I think we do it better than a lot of other governing bodies. This is like a religious conviction up here. We don't break that rule ever up here. And so for the first time today, we actually have it on the agenda to actually chat about data centers. Okay? I can hardly wait to share my opinion on a few things.
I want to give time to that.
Understand. I'm frustrated because you guys are all sharing your opinions, and I can't say too much because, number one, I didn't have much time. I know it's only 9:43, but understand there's no deadline to today's meeting. This goes as long as we need it to go. That meeting had a 2-hour time limit, and everybody had to say something. And guess what? We ran out of time. So here we sit. So anyway, my answer to that question is I'm dissatisfied. And honestly, the reports that we have, the Berkeley report and the other report, they don't check all the boxes for me. There's things they left unturned. There's things we have to answer the questions. There's things we have to talk about that are not in those reports. I'll bring those up today. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, Adam, thanks. Commissioner Howe referenced it. Item K today is an open discussion amongst the commission where we can talk about these. So we're going to answer your question during item K, but some things that I got at that roundtable that I won't be addressing today really have to do more along the lines with we were encouraged to set policy because our job is land use policy, zoning regulation. That's our job. We were encouraged to set policy based on our expectations, not what they can and can't do, or not what we see in other cities and other states, what we expect in this community for them to comply to. And if they can comply, they can. If they can't, they can't. Then they can't do this project here. So that was encouraging to me to really set expectations of what we do expect in this community. The other one, the environmental conversation was really a prudent conversation that we're looking more into. I was really compelled by the conversation about different data center types. I think when we use the term data center, it is just one lump sum term. Yeah. Now, our IT director is here today, and he probably know more than I do, but there are already dozens upon dozens of data centers here in Sedgwick County. So we need to really do a good job in defining, what are the different types. And we're talking specifically mostly about hyperscale. And we need to really educate the public and bring awareness to the public about the different types of data centers and what they do. And the comment that was made is that when you've seen one data center, you've seen one data center. So many times when we see examples that are poor examples, historical examples from even, I say historical in this industry, it's like 3 years ago, and we see examples of what they're doing in other cities, and we think that that is just the common standard status quo or something that we would expect here, and that is just not accurate. We will set expectations of what we will do here. But the other thing, too, lastly, that I'm just wholeheartedly intrigued by is this concept of a community benefits plan that would accompany this. The state does this with casinos, and I think this is a similar conversation. My mind begins to go about what's happening at the WSU Innovation Campus, WSU Tech. I can see your shirt and your affiliation, so there are conversations that we could have here to where we can mutually benefit technology and innovation and other things. But we'll talk more in detail about my personal opinions on data centers in general and zoning regulations today, but those were things that I got out of the roundtable.
Thank you. And yeah, those developments, what do they serve is kind of what we want this county to kind of continue to be and thrive. So,
okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Chad Burish. Morning, Chad.
Good morning. Am I?
Yeah. If you will state your name and
sorry.
address. Yep.
Chad Burish, 611 North Westridge Drive, Wichita.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was supposed to be for an appointment.
Okay. I apologize. I thought you signed up for the public agenda.
No.
Okay.
For the board.
Okay. Yeah, we'll call you up here in a little
Okay.
bit. Sorry. Pat Krause. Morning, Pat.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pat Krause, 19059 West 53rd Street, North Colwich. I'm going to talk about particularly hyperscale data centers, since that's been brought up, locations, and maybe how we classify them. So I'm going to read a couple sentences here first. A growing consensus among urban planners, local governments, and community advocates holds that hyperscale data centers should be located in industrial or heavy commercial zones rather than residential or rural areas. While historically treated as light industrial or tech office space, the massive power demands, noise, and environmental impacts of modern AI-driven hyperscalers have led many to reclassify them as heavy industrial facilities, and that is from the Southern Environmental Law Center. Now, the reclassification of hyperscalers to industrial exactly is what they've been going on in a lot of cities, Kansas City and St. Louis. They've been changing, and I think we can learn from them because they've had larger data centers, hyperscale, and they've had many problems. So the reclassification makes sense for them. Now, I'll ask if you haven't seen a hyperscale data center yourself, I would encourage you to do so. So what I did was I went to Stillwater because I wanted to see one being constructed. So it's a Google campus. They put it in an existing industrial area that they have. They're 400 acres, and it's a 6 campuses to be built on there. So they're building, the first one is a 300,000 square foot building, and they're going to build 6 of those. So when I looked at that, and just to see the magnitude of that, there had to be several hundred, even up to 1,000 workers on site. But the number of trucks, the traffic, big trucks, cement trucks, cranes, and all that moving in and out, it was pretty profound. And just driving by to even look at the number of supplies and everything on site, it was, and just imagine that out in like a rural setting. It was like, that's going to dramatically change things. So I also went to see one that was completed. So I went to the Meta facility in Northland, Kansas City. That is a 1.4 square million under roof. Again, to drive by that, and again, pictures do no justice when you look at these. But when you go look at one in real life, and you drive by it, you see that it goes on and on and on. Again, imagining that in a industrial area makes sense. In a rural setting, doesn't make sense. That one's also in an existing industrial zone. Pryor, Oklahoma, and DeSoto, Kansas, those came up in the REEP meeting. Again, they were touting the benefits of those, but both of those were put in large industrial zones that were existing. Hutch is actually looking at putting one in their industrial park. It's a smaller one. It's still a 100 megawatt facility, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's enough power for almost 100,000 homes. So again, all of these were in existing industrial zones. And I've heard it said here by a couple in our community that our industrial zones in Wichita are not large enough for a hyperscale. So, well, there's a simple solution for that is let's just downsize them to fit, right? That would make the most sense. Also would eliminate a lot of the major problems that people have with these very large data centers. I'm going to read a sentence out of the Berkeley report. This is on the decommissioning plan. Unlike other facilities, such as solar facilities where decommissioning and the removal of equipment would involve the complete return of the site to pre-development conditions, it is not anticipated, and I'm going to say that again, it is not anticipated that the decommissioning of a data center facility would involve the removal of constructed buildings and structures. So I found that a very interesting thing. That's what they're saying is, you're probably going to be left with a building at the end. Well, so I was at the town hall meeting last night, and there was a board on there. I took a picture of it on decommissioning. For some strange reason, that sentence wasn't on there. It talked about other things that were on the Berkeley report here, but that sentence talking about having a building left over was noticeably absent. Now, I don't know why it wasn't on there, but then I do know why it wasn't on there, because nobody wants to hear that. So this is another reason, though, when you talk about, a building that could be left over. And remember, the technology is changing so fast, these things could be decommissioned much sooner than maybe what the anticipated life was, because everything's getting smaller, compact. These great, big, large buildings could actually not be needed at some point in time. So another reason why they should be put in an industrial park, to me, is it would make more sense if you're going to be left over with a building to have it in a place that you could possibly repurpose it. If it's out in a country rural setting, I'm not sure that you would have what you would do with that would be an eyesore and something that would cause very problematic over a number of years. So that was it. Any questions for me?
Any questions, Commissioners?
That's good.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mike Betson.
I'll pass on that if you don't mind.
Okay. All right. That is all of our speakers today. I'd like to make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Muba.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular meeting minutes of March 4th, 2026.
Morning, Justin.
Chairman, I believe this is just consideration of minutes. I don't think you, unless there's a question you had, though.
Do we want to just put those together?
Oh, you certainly can, Chairman.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to first off, do we have any questions about the minutes from the meeting on the 4th or March 11th? If not, I'd like to go ahead and put those together. Make a motion to pass items A and B.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Proclamations. Item C, proclamation declaring Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Okay. And proclamation is going to be read by Commissioner Beatty.
Yes. Well, thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. We have a proclamation. Really excited about this proclamation of Sedgwick County, Kansas. Whereas the early experiences of a child impact them throughout life, both positively and negatively. And whereas prevention is possible with the right policies and investments, families and children can thrive and avoid contact with child welfare and other costly systems. And whereas positive childhood experiences, such as loving caregivers and safe, stable, and nurturing relationships, play a vital role in helping children thrive by mitigating trauma and the negative impact of adverse child experiences. And whereas strengthening families through access to concrete economic, social, health, and community-based supports reduces the likelihood of abuse and neglect and ensures children have the foundation for lifelong well-being. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between child welfare professionals, education, health, community and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and families. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and our families. Now, therefore, it be resolved that Chairman Jeff Blubaugh and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby recognize April 2026 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month. We proclaim it in Sedgwick County, and we urge all citizens to dedicate themselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and all families. Commissioners, you've heard the proclamation. I'll make a motion to approve it as read.
Okay, and I'll second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0.
Yep, and here to accept this proclamation is Rachel Harper from the Prevent Child Abuse. She's the Kansas Assistant Director. So, Rachel, welcome back.
Thank you. So, do you guys want to come up and stand with me? I got to get my team up here. So thank you for inviting us today and signing the proclamation declaring April Child Abuse Prevention Month. I'm Rachel Harper, the Assistant Director of the Prevent Child Abuse Kansas chapter of Kansas Children's Service League. Kansas was the first state to establish its own chapter 50 years ago. KCSL is also the Kansas chapter of Circle of Parents and a multi-site system of Healthy Families America. April has been recognized as Child Abuse Prevention Month since 1983, with the blue pinwheel adopted as its national symbol in 2008. Each year, KCSL, along with our community partners, coordinates statewide activities, provides support, and strengthens local efforts to raise awareness. Together, we work to foster community support, community action, promote policies that ensure the safety and well-being of children and families. The national theme for this year's child abuse prevention is Pinwheels of Possibility, and you guys have your pinwheels up there. So, celebrating the limitless potential of children and families when communities come together to support them. The spinning pinwheel shows us what the support can look like with families at the center. Each turn represents the networks, programs, policies, and everyday acts of care that strengthen them and help them thrive. From home visiting to health and economic policy, every turn unlocks new possibilities, showing how supportive systems and communities expand what's possible for every child and family. In many ways, the pinwheel is a call to action, highlighting the shared responsibility all our cross-sector partners have in centering families. Families, communities, policymakers, and organizations must work together to provide economic and social support, including affordable childcare, paid leave, and financial stability, community-based solutions, ensuring access to local resources and networks, and stronger prevention policies with investments that uplift families before harm occurs. Prevention isn't just about avoiding harm, it's about creating opportunities for families to thrive. Positive childhood experiences, including stable relationships and nurturing environments, help children thrive and mitigate adverse childhood experiences. During the past year, KCSL and other community partners have been working hard to continue building a strong community in Sedgwick County. The Wichita Coalition for Child Abuse Prevention continues to focus on projects using data to create action. The WCCAP Community Awareness Group has recently been working with the Wichita Police Department, Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department, and Wesley Hospital to provide information and access to gun locks at community events, with the focus being on keeping children safe in homes where firearms are present. They were able to distribute approximately 150 gun locks. The Child Care Work Group, headed by Tanya Bullock, Child Start CEO, and Mandy Waugh, Early Childhood Connections Program Director, worked with other leaders from the Workforce Alliance of South Central Kansas, the City of Wichita, SHRM Wichita, and All In for Kansas Kids to hold the Business of Care, tackling child care through workforce innovation. This was a free event designed to strengthen connections with local and regional employers, while highlighting the critical role that childcare plays in workforce stability and growth. The 120 attendees from 60-plus businesses explored actionable ways to support local childcare needs that employees are facing, such as accessibility and affordability, in addition to working on the development of a replicable model that other regions in Kansas could benefit from. Prevention is hard work, but it's also heart work. To celebrate Child Abuse Prevention Month, you can help plant a pinwheel garden. It's a visual reminder of the world where we want children to grow happy, healthy, and prepared to succeed. You can also join us in wearing blue on Friday, April 10th, for National Wear Blue Day. Also follow Kansas Children's Service League on social media. We will use the hashtags Pinwheels of Possibility and Cat Month Kansas for all Child Abuse Prevention Months. So I have invited members of the Wichita Coalition for Child Abuse Prevention Month to be here with me and to stand up with me. And I would like to have a chance for each of them to introduce themselves and their agency.
Yep.
Hello, Tanya Bullock, CEO of Child Start, and their fight is our fight.
Hi there, Mandy Waugh, Early Childhood Connections Program Director at Child Start.
Hi, I'm Kim Osborne. I'm with Kansas Children's Service League.
Good morning, Commissioners. Diana Shun, CEO of the Child Advocacy Center of Sedgwick County. Good to see you all.
Hello, everybody. Sarah Robinson, Urban League of Kansas.
Hello, Deidre Fountain, Urban League of Kansas.
Amy Inkst, Kansas Children's Service League and WCCAP Chair.
Dane Kane, Kansas Children's Service League.
John Castlaw, Family Resource Center Director at the Urban League of Kansas.
Hey friends, Jay Hedrick, Executive Director for Gathered and leading Gathered Strong Sedgwick County, the continuum of care for vulnerable children and families.
Good morning. Bringing up the rear, Dee Niswonger with the Wichita Region Department for Children and Families.
Thank you. And we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you very much, each of you, for leading organizations that look out for children. It's so important in this busy, crazy world that we get into. A lot of people don't realize how vulnerable these children really are. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing to keep kids safe. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item D, proclamation declaring YEEP Financial Literacy Month.
Commissioner Howell?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continuing the theme of a focus on our youth, we get to read this proclamation today. It says, whereas Youth Educational Empowerment Program, known as YEEP, or YEEP, is a Wichita nonprofit organization founded in 1997 that teaches financial literacy to those from birth to age 24. And whereas the staff and volunteers for YEEP place special emphasis on lower to moderate income communities, thus empowering youth to set goals to be financially fit for a more productive future. And whereas YEEP believes that financial literacy should be a core subject taught at the beginning of one's educational journey so that everyone will have the knowledge and resources to avoid financial pitfalls, and that our economy will have a better tomorrow. And whereas YEEP has further broadened educational experiences to include training in course journalism, photography, video production, design, and videography to enhance opportunities for our youth. And whereas, with YEEP's success and the demand for its services, they are expanding their facilities and partnering with other local businesses that will further enhance future possibilities for our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Chairman Jeff Blubaugh and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby proclaim April 2026 as YEEP Financial Literacy Month. And then we encourage all citizens of our county to know the lifetime importance of managing personal finances. Mr. Chairman, I have a few comments, but I'd like to go ahead and start off by making a motion we would adopt this proclamation.
Okay, and I'd like to second that motion. We have a motion and a second. We have discussion. Would you like to go into the discussion?
I just want to say, again, I wish this program was for people who are older than 24. And I hope they talk about things like property taxes. I'll tell you right now, we have so many people that are so upset about taxes. And of course, we know about crippling debt. This generation and really society has crippling debt. And we have a people that need to have greater financial literacy. So this is a really great initiative. And I just wanted to say, if you want to just check this out, they have a website called myyeep.org. It's myyeep.org. And if you want to know more, you can email someone there at info@myyeep.org, and they'll get you some more information. You can also sign up. Your business can sponsor, and this is a really great initiative for our youth to have financial literacy. So this is a really important topic, and I think that this up-and-coming generation needs to have this help. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the chance to read the proclamation, and again, I move my motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. I do appreciate everything they've done. I've worked with YEEP for several years whenever I was on the Wichita City Council. I know that they came in front of us last year, and appreciate everything they do. Unfortunately, that nobody was here to receive it today.
I just wanted to mention that Marquis Murphy is our CEO and president of YEEP here locally, and he's unfortunately not able to be here today. But I know that he appreciates the recognition this morning. And again, I hope that the community understands how important this is. And so, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, sorry he can't be here today, but I do appreciate having the chance to read that today.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. If not, Madam Clerk, next item.
Appointments.
Okay. And it looks like we have several appointments this morning. Justin?
We do, Chairman. Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. You've got a number of items here. I'll read through each of the appointments. Item E is to accept the resignation of Brad Rice from the MABCD Board of Building Codes and Standards and Appeals. Item F is a resolution appointing Chad Burrish to that same board in the jointly appointed Class A contractor position. Item G is to accept the resignation of Madison Schreiner from the Sedgwick County Aging and Physical Disabilities Advisory Council. Item H is to a resolution appointing Rick Reisner to the Sedgwick County Animal Care Advisory Board as recommended by Commissioner Wise. Item I is a resolution reappointing Jana Hayes to the Sedgwick County Animal Care Advisory Board as recommended by the chairman. item. And then item J is has 5 different resolutions and appointments to 5 individuals for specialized positions on the MABCD Board of Appeals of Plumbers and Gas Fitters. These are all reappointments as recommended by Chris Laidrum. I'll go through who they all are here in just a second. It's Michael Lees, who's the BOCC Master Plumber Residential position. Bo Means, which is the County Commission appointment as the Master Plumber Service and Repair position. Seth Harrington, the County Commission appointment as a journeyman plumber. Sean Conway, the board's appointment for the mechanical engineer appointment. And then Larry Daugherty, who's the jointly appointed public at large position that's appointed by both this board and the city council. You could just take a single action for a recommended action on items E through J if you would like to do that. Happy to stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, I'd like to make a motion to pass items E through J.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Wise. Aye. Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Do we have any of the folks, the appointees here this morning to be sworn in? Okay. If you guys want to go ahead and come up here.
Commissioner doing it.
Yeah.
I'll do you first. Okay. Are both of you on the same board? Yes. Michael and Seth? Scott? Okay.
We'll do fire code.
Okay. If you'll raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and Constitution of the State of Kansas and faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of Metropolitan Area Building and Construction, Department Board of Building Code Standards and Appeals.
I will.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to say a few words?
No, I'm fine. It's my second time up here.
Okay. And you are? Rick Rice. And are you from Fire Board as well? No.
Do they care?
That's next. They're going to do that one next.
Oh, I thought they already did it.
They did animal care.
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
Right here. Okay. If you will raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas and faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of Sedgwick County Animal Care Advisory Board.
I will.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? All right. Thank you guys for being here, and thanks for taking the appointments. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to recess the BOCC meeting and go into the Board of County Commissioners, or the Fire District number 1.
Call Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Beatty.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Wise. Present. Chairman Blubow.
Present. First item, please.
Public agenda.
And we do have one person signed up on the fire agenda. Kyle McHugh. Good morning, Kyle, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Kyle McHugh, 12145 West Jewel Street, Wichita. I'm the president of IFF Local 2612 at this current time, and a lot of things going on in the fire district, and just kind of wanted some clarification on some of the things that got discussed yesterday in different conversations we've had outside of here, not in public, but the regional fire model was thrown around quite a bit yesterday on both sides, and just kind of want more clarification on what that looks like. It's real ambiguous to us, and just kind of curious if there's any more insight on a regional fire model. That's kind of my first question.
Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, I'd be happy to take that. Kyle, thank you for what you're doing. I see Casey's here too, Local 2612, and all the members that you represent. So we appreciate you being here today. You're right, that conversation has been rather frequent, and yesterday it was more formalized. And this term about regional fire, I think it's important to define. I think language matters. I think terms matter. A lot of times I think we hear the term regional fire and we hear consolidation and we automatically start doing this. We start interlacing those terms, and I think that it's important to create some distinctions. So but before that, I think it's really important that we actually try to identify the problem we're trying to solve. Is there a problem we're trying to solve? And I think that there's a couple ways to answer that. I think the first is, I think, and we mentioned it yesterday, is that the cost of government is rising. And it's rising primarily because of rapidly rising inputs into the public safety ecosystem. There are more medical calls, there are more fire calls, and then you have residential and commercial growth happening, not as much in the core of the city of Wichita. It's happening in and throughout Sedgwick County. In the perimeter and the metro area was the rapid growth that's happening. So we have to scale public safety response, including medical and fire, in order to meet this. But we have this balance and this challenge of the rising cost of government. And Commissioner Howe mentioned it just a few minutes ago, but I don't know if anyone's aware, but we get a lot of emails about property taxes, even though Sedgwick County is only 20% of the property tax bill. So this balance of we have to scale public safety while we have to be concerned about the rising cost of government is a really tough balance. I think right now we are responding with the public safety response for fire and medical with a patchwork of aid agreements. And you know this very well. We've talked about this frequently. There's a patchwork of aid agreements. We got full service departments like the Wichita Fire Department. We have Derby's Fire Department, obviously Sedgwick County's Fire Department. And then we have other part-time departments in the county like Valley Center. And then we have, in all these, we have aid agreements. And then we have a patchwork of aid agreements with volunteer departments. And as we look at this balance of cost of government, this need to scale services with this patchwork of aid agreements, when we talk about regional fire, we have to acknowledge that some of these agreements are going incredibly well. I'm going to pause real quick. The agreement with Wichita Fire, it's going incredibly well, incredibly well. And I want to give credit where credit's due. That 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even 5 to 7 years ago, leadership from Sedgwick County Fire, leadership from Wichita Fire came together and they made massive adjustments to things like the black line, to things like single engine responses going into the city of Wichita. They made adjustments, and because of that, we are safer, and that agreement is better. But you know, because you've been around fire for a while, and I've learned in the last 3 or 4 years, that hasn't always been the case. The relationship between Sedgwick County Fire and Wichita Fire hasn't always been as productive as it is today. So credit given to the leadership that got us there, but we have to acknowledge it hasn't always been that safe and that seamless, and those agreements haven't always been that well. And I think that when this crop of leadership retires and exits, I think it's safe for people that represent citizens to ask, do we have the right agreements in place to ensure the progress that is made will continue? So those are the problems that I think we're trying to identify. There are some challenges that we're trying to identify. Now, what do I mean when I talk about regional fire? It doesn't necessarily mean consolidation. It means strategic growth, and strategic growth with better partnerships and an actual community plan. That we're talking about a community plan, not just a Sedgwick County plan, not just a Wichita Fire plan, not just a Cheney plan, that we're talking about a regional strategic vision of how we scale to meet need while we also control the costs. I want to give you a prime example, and this is not being critical of any decisions that have recently been made, but Wichita Fire needed to open a new station in Southwest Wichita. They needed to open a new station in South Wichita. They hadn't opened a station in how long?
2009.
2009. They needed it. And you look at that map and the coverage gap that's there, that was desperately needed. Well, guess who else needs to open a station to serve Southwest Sedgwick County? Sedgwick County Fire. How many conversations did Sedgwick County have with the city of Wichita on strategically locating a fire station so that we could absolutely cover both sections of Southwest Sedgwick County and the city of Wichita? I will tell you, as someone who's on the fire board, there were 0 conversations. 0 conversations. So now the city of Wichita is investing taxpayer dollars to do that. And guess what's going to happen real soon as we're talking with Cheney, as we're talking with Clearwater, and they're saying, can you scale your services so that we can entertain an idea of coming into the fire district? And now we have to invest taxpayer dollars to build a new station. That's not strategic partnership. That's not strategic planning. That's not appropriate communication. And that's not regional fire response. So that's part of it. When I think regional fire, I start thinking about all taxpayers, all of them, receiving consistent, high-level, professional 24/7 service. Every taxpayer, everyone in Sedgwick County. When I start thinking about regional fire, I start thinking about fire services that are equitable for all citizens countywide. Here's my dream. Commissioner Howe and I share a dream for this. When I start thinking about regional fire, I start thinking about equitable pay. Equitable pay between all fire departments that are in Sedgwick County. When I think about it, I think about shared training. We do 6,000 to 7,000 mutual co-responding calls with the City of Wichita Fire Department. Are we training together? You guys are going on scene with volunteer fire departments, and you guys have told us that you guys fear for your safety sometimes in doing these things. Are we training with volunteer fire departments? We're not. Not appropriately, not on the levels that we should be. A fire board should exist outside of the city and county government. It should exist outside of those governments and focus entirely on fire and medical response. You know who we elect in Sedgwick County? We elect the chief law enforcement officer. We elect a sheriff. Why don't we elect a fire board to manage fire services and elevate professional fire services? It should be an elected fire board. Can't do that right now with state statute, but I bet we have enough influence with our state legislators to get that accomplished. I believe we can. We should elect a fire board like we elect the chief law enforcement officer. There should be a countywide taxing authority that expands the fire district or creates new fire districts like other models that we see throughout neighboring counties and Johnson County. We should include EMS into this conversation. When we talk a regional fire response, EMS has to be a part of that conversation because 70% of the calls you go on are medical calls. So we can't leave them aside in these conversations. So for me, regional fire response is more than consolidating departments. But here's what I need as a commissioner who makes these decisions, as someone who sits on the fire board, and as someone who lives in the fire district and pays fire district taxes. I need an unbiased response. I don't need fire people telling me what the citizens of Sedgwick County need. I need an unbiased report because every month I've been here and raised this conversation, I get one opinion from one source, I get another opinion from another source, I get another opinion from another source, but the people that I work for are demanding that we keep costs of government in check, and they're demanding that we modernize local government. They're demanding it. So all I'm asking for, I have no idea if consolidated fire is the right answer. I really don't know, but I need to have an answer, and I need to get unbiased looks, and I need to talk about how we modernize a regional fire approach, and I can't do that unless I have unbiased, unfiltered data that I can analyze. Someone mentioned it earlier, data should lead to our actions. I agree. Our data should lead to our actions, and I'm not proud enough to believe that the current model we have is the perfect model. I think we actually have a good model. I'm really impressed with the developments we've had, particularly with the City of Wichita. Really impressed, and it's a credit to you guys. But I'm not too proud to think that this is the perfect model, and there isn't another model across the country that we can't glean from. We're doing it with data centers. We should do it with public safety. So when I talk regional fire, please, everyone listen close. I'm not talking about we flip a switch and consolidate with Wichita Fire next week. There are 20 cities in Sedgwick County. I don't even live in the city of Wichita. So I care deeply, deeply about a regional fire approach that checks the box on all those things. So when I talk about that, I don't want anyone thinking that it's just we're merging fire departments, because I don't know if that's the right answer. But that's the keys. I don't know. And I need to know so that I can help scale your resources to meet community demand. So that's a long answer. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the space to do it. But we got to define these things very, very clearly before we take these next steps forward.
Yeah, and you know, Ryan, we agree on 99.9%, if not 100% of things, and that was your long answer.
Yeah.
I've heard longer. Anyway, from you, but with with the en banc, I mean, that's directly with the city of Wichita and us, and as the fire board. And the consolidation aspect of it has proven time and time again for decades that if it would have been done, like I've told all of you, it would have been done decades ago. But there's too many hurdles and red tape with different pensions and different things.
Can I just interject for a second? I don't fully agree that it would have been done decades ago, because this is a different county than it was 10 years ago. And fire services are different than they were 10 years ago. And the pressure on elected bodies to make sure you guys have the resources you need to be safe, it's a different pressure because of a lot of different factors that our lawyer would nod at if he was looking at me. So this is a more urbanized county by the day. The two fastest growing cities in the state of Kansas are Maize and Goddard. So, and look at what's happening in Park City. So, and these are fire district cities. So I don't agree that it would have been done 10 years ago if it could be possible, because we are in an entirely different ecosystem that we were just when I got on the board of commission just 4 years ago. This is an entirely different world we're living in. So I do think we need fresh eyes and a fresh look.
Yeah, I don't disagree in the relationship with Wichita Fire and us with the amount of the volume of alarms that we run together, and operationally we do fireman things and we just go to work. There's no issues with any of that. The grand plan, I think the big picture that Commissioner Howell and I have talked about for how many years now, of a fully elected fire board and have proper representation. That's our biggest narrative, is having proper representation. And it's nothing, I mean, we're talking about, Chairman Bluebot talked to you last week on the phone for upwards of an hour, and that's what this all boils down to, is proper representation. It's antiquated laws from 71 years ago, and we feel that's what needs to be changed, to be governed less and governed differently. And the consolidation part is the biggest buzzword and biggest buzzkill, because it's gone down numerous roads. I mean, a full-on consolidation effort with Brad Crisp. 2019-20 didn't yield any results on a very conscious effort. The proper representation, if there's fearful towns that have been expressed over the years, the steering council was designed 4 years ago via a resolution drafted by Howell, and with the extent of that to turn into a board of trustees, possibly to an elected fire board. There was a grand plan, correct me if I'm wrong, and that gave direct representation to these mazes, Goddards, Park Cities, unincorporated areas, etc. And there just hasn't been a lot of movement with that since then. And I mean,
and you're impatient on it.
The patience is wearing thin, I'll be honest. But it is what it is.
Kyle, let me just say that I think you know this, that you have commissioners up here that cared very deeply about what you're saying, and I think that you know that you have a lot of support in where we're heading. I can express to you my frustration as well, that sometimes in this position and in government things don't move as quickly as I would want to. But there's a lot of things happening in the fire district, and nearly all of it is good. And we credit you guys to a lot of that work. We have a remarkable fire department, remarkable. And the progress that's been made the last 3 years, I can assure you that it's not going to stop. I can assure you.
Yeah, the progress that you all have done with us and for us is very much appreciated, and as well. So it's a two-way street on that. Thank you for all what you've done, and giving us a seat at the table. Whether it's right here or behind closed doors, whatever. But yeah, at any given time there could be 0 of 5 that live in the fire district, and that's what we're fearful of. And it is growing. You got these House bills that are running amok with certain things. And at the end of the day, as president of Local 2612, we're just trying to contend and advocate for our fire district, and we're not trying to kick any shins. We're not trying to do anything other than just fight for our livelihoods and just have a seat at the table and say. And I think the big picture, like I've told Chairman the other day, I think if I had to give a weight, it would be a separate, governing body with our own autonomy at a 50.01% and a 49.99%, a recognition with a collective bargaining after that. But if I had to give a score, that's how it would be. But our number one goal still is getting recognized to have collective bargaining. That we had for 40 years. But anyway, that's kind of the narrative and the thesis, if you will.
Well, I appreciate it. You're right. We got to define these terms that we use. We should not use these terms flippantly. We need to be very specific, and that gave us an opportunity to talk through that. So you being here today and raising this conversation was helpful. So appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you. I'll try not to be as long, but I'm not sure I can. We'll do my best. I want to recognize Casey in the back there as well. Thank you for being here as well. And I have so many things I'd love to say. I'm glad you actually came up and actually open the topic up. And before I answer it comprehensively, did you have any other questions you wanted to ask before? I want to answer your question, but I want to make sure I don't miss any other questions you might have. Did you have any other questions you wanted to ask?
No, that was kind of the bulk of it for today.
Well, let me go through a couple things here. And again, I've not spoken about this publicly for a while, so I'm glad to have the chance to do this. Every time there's a county commissioner election cycle, the candidates are almost always asked, how do you feel about consolidation? Of course, the presumption is consolidation is always a better form of government, that it's more efficient. And again, looking at that with analysis, it could be more efficient, but it also might not be. And there's plenty. I did a whole white paper on this. The vast majority of consolidations actually are less efficient than the status quo. There are some successful ones out there. There's actually very few. And a lot of consolidations are actually unconsolidated later on. So consolidation is not always the best answer necessarily. So we should let the data lead us. But this is a discussion that's been amongst this commission since long before I was a commissioner. I think I would go back at least 30 years. I have studies on my shelf going way back of the discussion of consolidation with Wichita. And I do agree with you to a point that says they've never done it for all kinds of reasons. I think the reason that it hasn't been done because the model we're really kind of talking about is some kind of a merger with Wichita. And that merger with Wichita says you still have kind of Sedgwick County governance involved in it, and you still have Wichita City Council involved in it to some degree. And I think that model, it has complexity that makes it very, very difficult to do that. You've already mentioned they are unionized. The Sedgwick County Fire District #1 is not unionized. Their salary structure is different than ours. Their retirement is different than ours. Their organizational structure is different than ours. And on it goes. And so there's a lot of differences between them and us. One of the other things that it prevents just flat out, transferring one organization to the other, I think the city council believes that we would hand them the keys to Sedgwick County Fire District #1. I'll raise the argument that is unconstitutional. And I've talked about this before. We actually need to fix a constitutional issue that's actually existing, but that actually makes it worse. If we were to say to all of the fire district taxpayers that are outside the city of Wichita by design, that Wichita is going to govern what you do or what services you get, you're going to pay taxes to Wichita and Sedgwick County Fire District. You're going to pay taxes to them, but you cannot elect the people who are making decisions on your services. That's taxation without representation, and that's illegal. Can't do it. Constitutionally, can't get there. They wanted to hand us the keys to Wichita Fire Department. We could govern that joint department, but that's not going to happen for a couple of reasons. Our tax levy and their tax levy are different. They cannot transfer the debt with the transfer of the control. So they have quite a bit of debt, I think, as a city on what I consider to be fire services-based debt, and they would have to retain that debt by the governing body, and they can't transfer that debt to the new governing body. They can't be transferred. So the difference in mill levy is another thing. How would you feel if you're a Wichita citizen and your taxes went up because we consolidated two units of government together? It seems to be counterproductive. So there's a lot of reasons why just basic consolidation is kind of dead on arrival. And I am frustrated because, when I first became a commissioner, we were going out of county to do our training in city parks in Newton because we didn't have training facilities available to us. So we have a need for proper training in Sedgwick County, and I wanted, back when I first became a commissioner, the county actually had plans for a regional fire training center. We would have invited Andover and Augusta and Kingman to our training center, our regional fire training center. We actually had a place picked out. We had drawings drawn up. We didn't do it. But Wichita did create a regional fire training center, but we've not really been welcomed in. So back in 2016, when I was chairman, we added that to a contract, and it was very contentious. There are people in the city who were very upset. We wanted to go forward on a law enforcement training center. It was joint with Wichita, but we added the training center, the fire training center there on 31st and Oliver. And we wanted to say we wanted to train, even if it would cost us money to buy our way into the facility. Mayor Longwell at the time, we had very robust discussions about getting the county to have access to that training center. And although we did it on paper, in functionality, doesn't really, even to today, still doesn't really work the way we envisioned it. So it's not really meeting that need. Now we're talking about a new training center yet again. So just on Oliver, between 31st and Oliver, where the regional fire training center is for Wichita, we're going to have another one at Station 36 at 47th Street South, and Derby has another one just about 2 miles south of that in a line. And so we've got 3 training centers essentially 6 miles apart. That's not collaboration and consolidation. That's us not getting along with each other. We need to do better, and I think there's so many reasons why this conversation has gotten really tired. The county's never been the problem. I think we're open to the idea of handing these keys over to anybody who wants to take the fire district and govern the fire district and can do it constitutionally and legally. I'm interested in having that conversation. But doing this with Wichita, giving them, the city council, the keys to the fire district is not possible. And then handing the keys to us for their fire department is also not going to happen politically. And so how do you get there? I think what Commissioner Beatty just said is actually brilliant. And it's my idea came up with just this last week, actually, where, again, because of constitutional home rule, unless Ted Bush and Mayor Lily Wu and the city council wants to go forward, if they want to go forward and we want to go forward, we could, in fact, go to the legislature. I have no doubt they would support this. It'd probably have to go on a ballot to make the change. But we essentially would dissolve 2 organizations, the Wichita Fire Department and the Sedgwick County Fire District number 1, and have a new fire district which includes all of that. I would encourage other cities to participate as well. But the fire district means it's a subset of the county. We would no longer be the governing body. The governing body would be elected by the people. Maybe it's by district, maybe it's by at large, maybe it's 3 people, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 7, we don't know. But they would set their own budget, they would pass and get their own mill levy set, they would tax their own people and provide the service that they want. They could unionize, they could not unionize, but everybody in that department would have the same salary structure, the same organizational leadership, the same training opportunities, and it would be truly consolidated. That to me is a vision for regional fire training model that you just talked about. I think that's the only way to really get there. And the question is that a better model than what we have today? I don't know. We need to do some analysis, but I can tell you right now, if Wichita's not interested in it, it will never happen because we can't force consolidation. We cannot do that without that part. Sign me up. I'm interested in that idea. And as you said before, I'm interested in the Board of Trustees. I'm interested in what we call the divorce, which means we would actually empower the fire district to do its own human resources, its own payroll, its own insurance plan. I think it saves you all money. I think the counties actually think it's a pretty good idea. I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of the Board of Trustees. I'm actually in favor of an elected fire board just for the fire district we have today. That would also require legislation. But rather than stopping short and actually having duplication of services basically in the same county, where we're going into the city and the city's going into the county, and the citizens are essentially double paying. Rather than doing that, the better model might be a consolidated model. So again, I don't think we're the problem here. I think at the end of the day, if Wichita wants to consolidate, they can do that. They can come to the table and say that's a pretty good idea. And listen, Boeing sold their whole organization to Spirit, and people were terrified of what that meant. They had to rehire the employees and renegotiate their salaries and renegotiate their retirement plan and renegotiate everything. I think they recognized tenure, they recognized experience, they hired people who were doing, so people got hired back under a new name, did the exact same job for about the same salary, and they probably got some things fixed. And now Spirit essentially is handing the keys back to Boeing. The same process just happened again. So in the private sector, reorganization can happen. It's scary, but there's reasons why it has to happen. In government, we're scared to death of change. We need to be willing to say, this is a pretty good idea. There's reasons why the taxpayers deserve this model to actually be seriously considered. I'm not scared of it. I hope that the fire district understands the very same firefighters that are providing services now, especially in the fire district. My guess is you'll get unionized and have your salary go up. Probably. I can't promise that. But I'll tell you what is a problem is if the fire district takes on debt, that debt cannot be transferred away from the fire district that's currently existing. Wichita, as a governing body, they could essentially hand over the keys to their fire department over to another fire district, but Wichita has to pay off their debt. The fire district, right now, if it takes on any debt, will have to pay off that debt. It can't be transferred to a new fire district. So let's be cautious not to take on debt that would stop us from going forward. I've said that before to you, Mr. Kyle, that having a vision for where we can be needs to be in our focus. If we do things to stop the Board of Trustees or stop the Board of the elected fire board or stop if you will, a different model of fire district, then we need to understand we're actually hurting ourselves. If you guys want to go forward and have a better, larger system that's more comprehensive and more coordinated with Wichita, probably be unionized, probably have higher salaries for the our fire district firefighters, then please support that. You guys need to get vocal. You guys need to embrace the idea and ask your elected officials to move forward. Don't be scared, but lean forward. And I think right now the people being scared of the unknown is what's causing this not to happen. But this is the only model that's less complex. If you want to go forward, the idea of merging these two gigantic organizations in some way without restarting over is probably never going to happen. And I'm getting tired of the discussion, frankly, because I've been doing this for 12 years and it's gone on for 30 years. So I like the idea of collaboration and coordination and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we're not going to do it. We're talking about it. We're not going to do it. You really want to do it? Let's do it. It requires buy-in by them and by us, and let's do it the right way, and it can be done. And by the way, the citizens, then they do win, because again, when you actually merge those departments, I think those efficiencies become real because the complexity has been taken out of the system. So it is possible, but we have to do it the right way. I've said a lot. That was a pretty long speech.
I'm not.
Ryan.
Go ahead.
By the way, there's more on my list here, but I have more points, but I'll skip those.
Do you want to make any comment back?
I was just going to say, I'm not speaking for the city of Wichita, their union, their people. That's not my place. If you're referring to these different type of handing the keys over and this and that, I'm assuming you're referring to the state statute that cannot exceed 15 mils. And do you think that math is doable?
Listen, the legislature can change any law that's existing. So we have a vision that needs to be whatever it needs to be. Let's go approach them and tell them, here's what we envision it needs to be to allow this to happen. So don't look at the law that's existing and say we have to live under that necessarily. We're going to have to go to legislation to get, I'm sure, a ballot for everybody that's going to be impacted by this. So whatever the barriers are that you think are barriers, they're not really barriers.
Yeah, and to echo your point, it's been talked about, and nothing's been done. That's what we're kind of here.
We're not the issue. It's everybody else. We're not the ones that's causing the problem.
Yeah, we're ready to. I can tell you, we're ready as the union and whatever our administration, talking for them, of going to the Board of Trustees route right now, and have been. I can tell you that.
Thank you,
Commissioner Meissner.
Thank you, Chairman. Your question about yesterday, was that yesterday we had that? Yeah. So your statement that in 2019, 2020, Brad Crisp tried to do this and it didn't get past first base, or it died. And I'd heard directly, I was involved in it. I think Commissioner Blueball was on the council at the time, and I had heard him say this at that time, and he said that's what's happened before. I know Commissioner Howell has done a great job of saying what a big consolidation would look like. I think yesterday, the reason that it died in 19 and 20 was because it did not have political support from both bodies. The members of the council were not willing to go forward to look at anything, and there might have been some pushback locally here. But yesterday, what you saw, there's a political will to just look into everything that what Commissioner Beatty was talking about. I didn't say, and I don't think, I mean, Commissioner Howell has done a nice job of saying what it would take to do a full consolidation. Yesterday, the political will on the city and it was to have an outside third independent group look into everything. Efficiencies, and maybe they, as I said yesterday, maybe they come back and say, you guys are on the right track. City, you're doing your right thing. County, everything's really good. Maybe a slight adjustment here or there. Maybe it's just fine. Maybe they come back and say, we didn't even know about cancer screening until a year ago, right? So maybe there's stuff out there that they'll find that we don't even know. So I think it's prudent for us, at least me, and this Ryan said, the citizens, that we take a third-party independent look at this. They maybe come back and say exactly a lot of what Commissioner Howe was saying. You need to do this. I don't know, but that's what yesterday was. And you saw a majority of the commission and a majority of the city council saying, I think it's worth asking the managers to get together and put together a task for a third party. I'm sure it'll be an RFP for any outside agency around the country could look at it and tell us what we need to do. And they need to have access to all of the books, like the county, city, legal, the union in that case, you guys, whatever, so that's all that was yesterday. That's all that was.
It definitely does seem the political will has changed a little bit in the last 6-7 years, for sure.
It died. I was here.
And decades before that,
And so it's died because if the political will says yes, staff, let's look at it. Yes, legal, let's look at it. Finance, let's look at it. All the complications, then it'll get looked at. But if the political will is the one that can stop it, and that's what's happened before. And yesterday it didn't happen. It said we need to look.
The fire district was, we had a seat at this, the public policy, the PPMC through WSU. That's a strategic plan that's being put together. What significance is that going to have going forward? I know they interviewed all of you and steering council. They gave us a seat at the table and our administration, et cetera. Kind of curious when that white paper comes out and that finished report comes out, what that's going to yield, and just kind of an open-ended question there, thought.
Tom, when's that due? Do you know?
Say it again. What's the question?
The strategic plan that PPMC is working on for fire, when is that coming back to us? Do you have any indication?
I don't, maybe Rusty knows. I know we just submitted that to Wichita State for.
We just did our interviews, yeah.
Oh.
We're probably a few months out on that still.
I was told sometime June or July.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much. Kyle, I appreciate your patience. I appreciate our long phone calls. Even though I'm only on my second year on the commission, we've been talking for 3 or 4 years, and I've appreciated the dialogue. I understand how important being recognized is. Hopefully, you guys I want to ensure you guys still have a seat at the table, regardless whether you're recognized at all whenever we go through all this, because you guys are a big part of this. Some of the things that really stood out to me yesterday was the 31,000 calls, and only 600 of them are structural fires. So, 2% of the time it's a structural fire. 98% of the time it's a medical call. Now, I think it's a point of pride to you guys, because you're the first ones to show up. You guys are the first ones to render care to somebody. So I do think that's very important, and I think that discussion needs to be part of this model as well.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Casey. I'd like to make a motion to receive and file public comment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise. Aye. Chairman Bubal.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, fire meeting minutes of March 11th, 2026.
Okay. You all had a chance to read the minutes. Do you have any questions? If not, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the March 11th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Chairman Buba?
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Appointments.
Justin?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. Items B through F are 5 different reappointments and appointments to the Sedgwick County Fire Code Board of Appeals. Item B would be reappointing Scott Pennington. Item C would be appointing Scott Mahler. Item D would be reappointing Bo Means. Item E would be reappointing Greg Wilhite. And item F is reappointing Jay Russell. You could just take a single motion, take the recommended action on all of those. Happy to stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, I'd like to make a motion to approve items B through F.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Chairman Buba?
Aye. And motion passes 5-0. I believe if any of you were here today, please come up and Laura will get you sworn in. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County Fire Code Board of Appeals.
I do.
Congratulations. Sign the paperwork back there.
Would you like to make any comments? Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next item.
Consent agenda.
Chairman and Commission, good morning. Tom Stolz, County Manager. Consent item G on the fire agenda has a matching consent item U on the regular agenda. And I'd like to pull this consent item before the commission votes on it and have Justin Wagner speak to this a minute and then bring it back to the board for a vote. So Justin, can you, that's okay.
Thank you, Tom. Chairman Justin Wagner, County Councilor. Just present briefly to summarize this. As you all know, this is a proposed policy that would enact a very simple policy to align with state law or to essentially administer state law. At the outset, it's worth noting that if approved, this resolution and policy would not involve Sedgwick County adding anything above and beyond what's already established under state law for all municipalities around the state pursuant to House Substitute for Senate Bill 244, colloquially referred to as the bathroom bill. The proposed action would simply authorize the county manager to administer the bill as is required by the statute and direct county staff on these matters. So it's similar to many other things where there are state statutes that may apply to Sedgwick County where you employ staff to carry out those requirements as outlined in state law. This House Substitute for Senate Bill 244 was adopted by the Kansas legislature and became effective earlier this year. It establishes certain requirements for the Board of County Commissioners as the governing body for Sedgwick County. And so again, this resolution would be setting a policy to delegate some of those functions to your county manager. Overall, it has two primary features that are relevant here. The first is designation of restrooms, and the second is you have to have a process to receive complaints. The county's responsibilities under that bill include first designating each multiple occupancy private space or restroom in county-owned and leased buildings for use only by individuals of one sex. And there are some specified exceptions on this. For example, janitorial staff, there's an exception in there for that. There's other exceptions in the bill. The second item that would do is the county would have to have a method for receiving complaints, receiving those complaints, investigating them, and then if somebody would be found to be in violation, sending a written notice. The bill also specifies potential penalties for second and third subsequent violations. Those are items that if there were violations, those are handled by the district attorney's office or in other counties by the county attorneys. So if municipalities like Sedgwick County are not in compliance with the bill, the Kansas Attorney General can pursue essentially a civil penalty action against them. And ultimately, eventually, you could end up getting penalties as high as $125,000 per day. The recommended action here is to adopt the resolution establishing this policy so the county manager could administer the requirements of the bill. This can occur with a simple majority vote. Be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay. I'd like to go ahead and approve consent item G.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty. Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Weiss. Chairman Buba.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Other.
I don't see anything on other. Next item, no, we don't have an executive session, so now we will adjourn the Fire District Board number 1 and go back into the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Madam Clerk, next item on the BOCC.
New business, item K, Data Center Commission discussion.
Okay. Well, this is our opportunity to discuss our feelings on data centers, so I will open it up the board to whoever would like to speak. Commissioner Howell, quick on the draw.
All right. Well, thank you. What a great opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions probably for, this is, planning guy, might as well just come on down. Need you up here. Couple questions. I'm not sure you can answer it. Right off the bat, do these regulations have any possible way to have a licensing feature such that a operator of a data center would have to live under a license that is subject to revocation should they not comply with regulations? Sorry about the question. If you need to answer the question later, that's fine. It's on your feet, and I apologize for the short notice. But in any of these questions I ask, if there's not an answer, please understand you can answer it later at a later time.
Right. Kirk Spence, Deputy County Councilor. I'll certainly defer to Scott if he has separate thoughts on this. Honestly, I've not anticipated this question. I would have to look into it further. Okay. I would acknowledge we have seen some degree of licensing in other circumstances. I'm thinking of the short-term rentals with the city, things of that nature. So there might potentially be some opportunity there. I would point out that with conditional uses, there is an opportunity for conditional uses that if they're not following the required conditions in place, there would be an opportunity to deny the conditional use at that time. So that might be a separate mechanism to be considered.
And can conditional uses have a reconsideration cycle that says that should they become problematic and that we feel like they're not complying with regulations, we'd have a way to reconsider that conditional use?
It is a common condition within the conditional uses that if they're not following the regulations, it's pursuant to staff determination.
All right. Well, the issue of licensing, if there was a licensing feature, we would be allowed, I think, to set the parameters around licensing if it's legal to do so. There might be licensing fees, might be licensing inspections, might be licensing timeframes. That is a way for us to at least be aware of what's happening there and perhaps monitor their water usage or their noise generation or other things that would be potentially subject to that license being allowed to continue.
I think it's. I think some of the things you're saying are things that, on their face, seem permissible. If we're looking at ensuring compliance with the regulations we've put in place, such as checking water usage and things like that, I think there would be mechanisms available.
As I'm reading this may not be for you, this might be for someone else. I don't know who can answer it, but regarding the potential noise generation, is it possible to have a regulation that would require the operators of said data center to install calibrated continuous noise monitoring systems at their borders that would data log the noise that would be available for either inspection or for maybe perhaps posting on some public website that would be something we could see what's going on? My background is one of the things I did in my private sector life is we had to do calibrated noise measurements for the FAA to certify aircraft, and we had to create reports. We had calibrated sensors that had how the noises were measured, were defined in the rules that I had to follow, how the noise was weighted or averaged and that type of thing. And it had to be all traceable to NIST standards. And so we were able to record different types of noise generation, like takeoff or landing or, certain altitudes or whatever. And I did extensive testing on that, not just outside the airplane on the ground, but also inside the airplane. And all that was measured through calibrated standards. And so what I'm wondering is there a way for us to create a regulation that would require a continuous noise monitoring system that would be data log, the data would be data logged and such that we would be able to verify they are meeting regulatory standards for noise generation?
I'm not aware that we would have a comparable system in place, but yes, I do believe that you could do this.
Okay. Well, I'll just tell you, again, for my colleagues, I'm very interested in this discussion, so I wanted to ensure that, and again, I know that they talk about the infra noise. We've heard that people talk about that. There are sensors that can measure that you can't hear it, but it's there. So it might have health effects, but if you can't measure it because it's attenuated to the point that it's not measurable, then that would be something that I'd say it's been mitigated or attenuated to the point that it's not a health problem. But to do that, one of the going in points I would like to know is, can we have regulations that would require baseline measurements for noise for the area and other measurements, things like primarily noise. Go ahead.
Sure.
And water. Go ahead.
One thing that could occur is that as part of the application process, they have to provide that information as part of the application packet. So another way that this has been done is as part of the solar application. As part of that process, they're required to test pre-construction, during construction, and after the project is up and running.
Okay, so I'm interested in seeing regulations for site measurements, baseline measurements of the site, that any site that's going to be a hyperscale data center would have baseline measurements established. Again, it needs to be done by, if you will, third party, so that it's calibrated, traceable standards, if you will.
Kirk Spence, Deputy County Councilor again. I certainly appreciate what you're asking for, and I think some regulations could be imposed. With that said, I would point out some of the difficulties potentially with the noise. This is not necessarily a new discussion. I think we've had discussion about noise limitations, especially in the context of event centers, and I could foresee there being similar issues, which is, hey, how are we going to verify they are in violation? How are we going to prosecute that, things of that nature?
And my answer is very simple. We require them to do it continuously monitor that with calibrated, traceable sensors. They'll have the responsibility to install sensors and to have a system whereby it's data logged and it's available to inspection or even potentially posted on a public website. So again, the answer to that question is there is a way to do calibrated, traceable sensor measurement, and because it's data center with potential health effects, the regulation would be required that they would provide that system of monitoring. So yes, I understand your point. I don't want the sheriff to go out there with the thing out of his trunk to figure out if this is compliance or not, and because we got a complaint at 3 a.m. No, this needs to be done by the applicant. On a hyperscale data center, they need to provide the data to everybody who's interested. And so my point is, this is a way for us to make sure that the health effects is not going to be an issue. So, and again, the setbacks ought to be tied to that. So if the setback is 150 feet and the noise across their border is 75 decibels, that's a problem. They might need to push the setback larger so that the noise would naturally attenuate by, how do I describe this? Distance and power are related, right? So you increase the distance, the power of that decibel noise attenuates quickly based on distance. So what you do is you increase the setback, and eventually that sound can't be measured above those thresholds. So we have to establish thresholds we're allowed to accept, and the setback will be related to it. So if the building's too close or the noise generations are too close to the border, they'll not be in compliance with those standards. They'll have to move the setback, or increase the setback, or move that noise generation back away from their borders such that they'll be in compliance. So setbacks may be related to this as well. Go ahead.
What I could offer, sir, is that we'll look out to see if there's any good models that are out there. The most similar thing that I can think of is even around airports. I'm familiar with the Denver DIA. They've got airport monitoring stations that they've got out that record noises. Yep.
Okay, next one. I noticed on the comprehensive plan, I'm looking at it right this minute, and the comprehensive plan does define industrial areas of Sedgwick County. And if you look, are hyperscale data centers considered industrial use? The answer is, without question, they are. I mean, there is substantial data out there that would back up the argument that hyperscale data centers are in fact industrial usage. So I'm wondering is, our own comprehensive plan does a lot of discussion about where you can locate industrial activities. It has to be an industrial zoned area. Now, we can change zoning. I understand that. So I think we're talking about here is a zone change potentially to make it industrial. What I'm wondering, though, is unless it's zoned industrial, is that what would be required to be? It would have to be zoned industrial usage, wherever this ends up.
It depends on which tact and which approach the commission feels is the best for the community. One of the things, we're in very preliminary discussions about what are some alternatives. One thing to consider is if in fact you do require this to be in industrially zoned properties, and let's say the project doesn't happen but the land does get zoned, then you're left with industrial property that's been zoned and is available in an area that it may not be compatible with. So you still have a similar situation. But you are correct. When we start to look at the intensity of the impacts and we talk about hyperscale specifically, it does lend itself to some of the same characteristics that we see with industrial. And I think we've seen that from the discussions that have happened.
Does the comp plan need to reflect, again, this is a pretty major change, will we need to update the comprehensive plan like we did on solar?
Yes, sir.
To reflect, if you will, a large industrial area that would be allowed for data centers?
That could be one approach. We hope to bring forward a number of different options. Berkeley has brought forward some ideas that we preliminarily discussed, and we would like to bring those to you all and the Planning Commission so that you can look at the merits of each and weigh the benefits and disadvantages of each of those.
Okay, next question is, a data center may or may not use diesel generators or may not use battery storage. Yeah. Those are different topics, right? I mean, a data center that wants to use diesel generators, there's a whole other set of regulations for storing diesel fuel and all kinds of other things that might happen there. And if they use natural gas generators, I don't know if that would be considered part of the normal data center application, or is that something we would assume that's part of this, or is that something we should deal with as a separate topic?
Sure. I think that the focus group discussion that took place was really good about this because people talked about necessarily looking at the performance metrics and what it is ultimately that you're looking to achieve. Because my understanding is that, yes, there could be a variety, even a mix of power sources that they could be using for if the utilities go offline for whatever reason, they would have a backup. We've also seen in some communities that maybe they didn't have the regulations in place to prevent this, but they saw temporary generators brought in and installed that were operating much in the same capacity as emergency generators with the noise and the fumes and whatnot. So making sure to be prepared for a variety of different sources of energy and what are the outcomes that we want as a community is something that we're very interested in exploring with you all.
So if there are backup generators, I guess I'd like to know that their testing is going to be limited to certain dates and time or days and times for basically recurring operational checkouts, unless it's an actual emergency. Mm-hmm. And then that actual emergency would be time limited. It would be like 24 hours or something, so that there's a time limit. They just can't run on emergency generators long term. Okay, I'm saying?
Yes.
So they're doing it takes 1 hour to run the generators, and we're going to do it on, Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. or whatever. It needs to be in the regulations somewhere on how that's done through maintenance. And then again, it should be in an actual emergent situation. It should be limited to say 24 hours. So anything more than that would be a problem. That's a desire of mine. I want to talk about water just a little bit. I would say just about every one of the thousands of emails it seems like I'm getting talks about water. Mm-hmm. I'd like to just say the Berkeley study, and neither one of the two studies actually defines what a closed loop data system or closed loop water cooling system is. Mm-hmm. We need to define that. I think there's several versions of what that could be. But I can tell you that if it's not a closed loop system, that is. Again, I don't know if we need to limit how much the water would be, but I would say that we need to establish, if you will, if you want to charge the system initially, that to me would be fine. But once that's charged, then to reuse that water in some form or fashion that requires minimal topping off of that system on maybe a daily or monthly basis or whatever that would be fine. But I don't want to see, anything that's, I don't have to establish a number, more than 10,000 gallons a day or whatever. There would be some type of limit. And again, I would like to just clarify, I don't want them using groundwater that's re-injected into the ground.
Okay.
I want that to be a separate system that if the water has containment, if the water has a leak in the system, it'll be monitored. They'll know there's a leak. They'll fix it, but it's contained in the building. It cannot get back to the external groundwater in any way. If there's chemicals that are used in that system, you have to have a hazardous waste plan, so that should any of that get out of the system, it is managed in a way that's considered acceptable to Susan Erlenwine and our Environmental Resources Department. It has to be completely managed. Okay. Again, I think the word closed loop system has to be defined right now. It's not defined anywhere. So that's enough discussion for me for a few minutes. I probably have more, but let's see what anybody else has to say there. Go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Wise.
Okay, Commissioner Howell covered several questions that are top of mind, but one kind of basic question. We already have data centers here. What, with the policy that we're discussing and we're setting for the discussion of data centers coming into Sedgwick County, how is that going to apply to the data centers that are already here operating with some of our private businesses? If we're going to put measurements on water consumption and reporting and electrical demand, how does that impact those that are already here? And I'll let you answer, and then I might have my follow-up opinion on how that is.
Okay. Some quick initial thoughts on it is that absolutely that's correct. There are data centers that are currently operating in Wichita and Sedgwick County. Part of this is, number one, that we look at is, are they a principal use or are they an ancillary use? Similar to the solar panels discussion, are we talking about something that's just there as a data center itself, or is it part of like a server room that's part of a larger office building? So that's one of the distinctions that we look to. The other thing that's come out as part of this discussion, I think it came out during the focus group discussion as well, was the difference in the size and the scale, and how hyperscale really is kind of a new animal for both this area, region, and even the country in many respects. So I think there's an opportunity, and I think this deserves a lot more discussion, but an opportunity to talk about different sizes and scales of these, and then what regulations apply based on that scope and scale of it.
Yeah, I think that needs to be well written and included in anything that we do. I guess where I'm at is I don't know that hyperscale that I understand that we don't have anything considered hyperscale today. Can you confirm that, or do we know that?
I can confirm that. Okay. That's correct.
So just so my fellow commissioners know, I'm not interested in hyperscale probably to support it at all. But I don't think that means that it's hyperscale or nothing. I think that we have some different options. We have different size options that can bring us into the technology economy, we'll say. We've been talking about the IXP that kind of put us on the map along with Senate Bill 98. And I think that we can build off of that with different designs that are consume a fraction of energy and water of the hyperscale facilities. We can still improve latency, which I think is what the benefit, the kind of unseen benefit that we would all have if having something here locally. It can still play into maybe the technology growth or investment into our community with technology growth. I think there's different ways to define that. So I'd be really interested, and we need to define what a hyperscale is and what other options are, and put limits on sizes, square footage sizes, the amount of area that these will take up if we're putting them in, and I agree, in industrial areas. I just don't know that we have industrial areas that are big enough for a hyperscale. So I'm just thinking out loud and letting the commissioners know, since we can't really talk about it outside of this, that I'm not interested in hyperscale. I just want to make sure that I'm not impacting current businesses that are doing business here already.
Commissioner Wise, if I could just supplement what Scott indicated, to your question, I mean, Scott's correct. I'm not aware of any hyperscale data centers in Sedgwick County anywhere. But to your question about any existing data centers that may be much smaller in scope, if they're already existing today, we have in our zoning code non-conforming use rights indicated so that you can't essentially go back and regulate them with new regulations, or that could end up becoming a legal issue or arguably a taking on the part of government. So we already have zoning code provisions that cover that. But I think any regulations you may come up with on data centers would apply to any new ones. And of course, we have a moratorium in place that does limit new applications coming in at this time. Or I said moratorium, it's interim development control resolution. But just happy to answer any questions on that, but just wanted to supplement what Scott already said.
Thank you. And this might be for you as well, Justin, but so as we talk about zoning, can we just be very clear and open at this point that we want to push it towards a existing industrial area if we were to even consider inviting larger data centers into our area? Can we go ahead and say that? I don't know. Again, speaking openly here, I don't think it belongs in rural settings. I think that's pretty obvious. But how clear can we be as we set these regulations legally?
Yeah, Kirk Spons, Deputy County Councilor. That would be an important topic for the board today. There are certainly different methods in which to address this issue, whether we're talking about hyperscale or smaller versions of these. There are different mechanisms in place. One that was referenced by Scott was potentially the board could look at limitations on certain data centers only within industrial areas. Another alternative would be, hey, you could potentially look at establishing protective overlays where you do establish specific swaths of land where you say data centers of this size, of this energy usage, whatever it may be, can only go within these areas. And what you can discuss as a board today could be just that very question is, are you interested in these protective overlays as a consideration? Now, you don't have to be set on this today, but if the board comes back with a consensus that says, hey, we're interested in how potential code regulations would look for if we're geared towards industrial, we would alternatively be looked at, hey, what would they look like if we geared them towards specific protective overlays, things of that nature. And I would say that even within the protective overlay discussion, if you were to go that route, there's an additional question. One is, do you want these potential data centers of certain sizes and scales in the protective overlay? Do you want them permitted by right with certain preordained conditions? Or do you still want any of those applications to come before you as the board as well?
Yeah. I think that's what I would love to hear what the other commissioners think, because if we can set that today, I think that we're building off of we can get through the process without doing extra work on.
And I think you make a great point, Commissioner. And if I may proffer it to the board, my thought is allow all of you all to speak. I'm taking notes right now. And then either Scott or myself could kind of come back, because we are looking for guidance from the board on your interests. Mm-hmm. What we could do is I've got some general questions such as, hey, does the board even want to create a specific definition of data centers? Do we actually want to look at even imposing specific regulations for data centers? And then we get more specific and we're like, okay, interest of water. Is there a consensus on what we're looking for with water rights? So if you're all interested, if you want to go through and express your interest here, I could come in on the back end and kind of delve a little deeper into what the board's really focused on.
Okay.
But that's just an option.
Sure.
If I may, one thing that I'd like to bring up is that there is the Planning Commission and the Advanced Plans Committee will be going through this topic. What I would hope today is I would encourage you not to lock in on any particular solutions that you think this is it. We're absolutely just going to evaluate this, because as we go through the review with the Planning Commission, I don't know if there will be things that we don't anticipate that will come up that we may think, oh, that does have an advantage to it. So I think I think expressing a preference or a direction that you would like to investigate and move further with, I think that makes a lot of sense to me, and I would encourage you to do that. But if you absolutely positively say, by golly, we're absolutely not going to do this, I would encourage you not to go to that step quite today. And the reason why is because I want you to be able to keep your options open so that you can weigh the advantages and disadvantages of a variety of different approaches as well.
Okay. I'll go ahead and just state where I'm at. I don't think they belong in rural areas. I think that current industrial zoning or adjacent to, but I don't think that I think that's a blanket either, because I think that there's some industrial zoning that I probably wouldn't like it either. So the protective overlay approach is interesting to me.
Okay. I kind of want to chime in here a little bit just to echo some of your comments. From all the emails, the calls, everything I get, I think it comes down to a couple different issues. Does it belong in a rural area? And is it more dangerous than what businesses we have today in established industrial areas? So I guess the question I would like to ask, Scott, have you guys had an opportunity to take a map of Sedgwick County and look at how many large assemblies of land could even be put together within, say, a 2 or 3 mile radius of established industrial businesses? I would like to just see what capacity Sedgwick County even has to offer in that.
Sure, absolutely. We have not done that exercise yet. That's something that we can certainly do. To date, what we've done is collected a map that just simply shows what the existing zoning is. To go and extrapolate off of that, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
Thank you, Scott, and thanks for, it's been helpful to hear some feedback from my colleagues, and I'll try not to be redundant. So as I think everybody has a running list of things from every meeting and so I'm just going to kind of work through it, and then I'll try to be really brief, but now that I know that Kirk and everybody's taking notes, then we can do follow-ups later. But I do agree in solar regs, we did specify based on size. I think that'll be necessary here from micro to standard to hyper, and we need to get some very specific language as to what that is. So we did that in solar regs. I thought that was very helpful. It eliminated a lot of confusion. So I would recommend that we have that in this policy as well. I think everybody knows water conservation is a hard line for me in all zoning cases, not just data center conversations. I know I've been kind of difficult in those regards, but particularly in this, and particularly with the interest in the community on water issues, that we certainly need to be very dialed in and educated about what we're doing. I would like, my personal view is that I almost feel exclusive around air-cooled systems, and I think I have interest in a closed-loop system, but I have not been convinced that a closed-loop system will satisfy my desires on water conservation and water and wastewater. So I would like to be educated more about closed loop systems, wastewater in particular, what that happens, and what is the water usage on a closed loop systems. I know there's a fill charge, where there's things that they have to charge the system. How often are they charged repetitively? I need to know those things, and what would be the downside of an air-cooled system, because that's where my head is really leaning at towards right now. I know there's an electric cost and energy cost to that, but we need to do some math to figure out best case. I am confident now that Evergy has the capacity and their large loaf tariff policies are effective. I'm confident. After multiple meetings and multiple conversations, I think Evergy has built policy that makes a lot of sense. I am not convinced the Sedgwick County Electric Co-op and other co-ops have done the same. They are not regulated by the KCC, and I'm very, very concerned that if an application comes into our planning department that is in an area that's not serviced by Evergy, that we cannot guarantee the same protections on rates that Evergy is able to provide protection for. So we need to see where these electric co-ops are at so they can guide our decisions on what we can and can't do in policy. But I am not convinced they're not governed by the KCC. And that's some of the protection that Evergy does provide to ratepayers, is they have some governance, some regulatory governance, and they have already built in policies on their large loaf tariff. We cannot, this is my personal opinion, those in advanced plans could be listening, I'm sure. We cannot do something that will knowingly knowingly increase utility rates for constituents and citizens in Sedgwick County. They've got enough. They've got enough inflationary cost in their goods and services. We cannot do something that will I don't care what the benefit is. So we need to be convinced that the co-op, I'm a Sedgwick County Electric Co-op customer. Many of you are too, I imagine. We need to be convinced that they can handle this and what their contracts are saying, what they're doing in policy. So to this day, I know we heard a public comment at one point in time, but I have seen nothing since then. So noise mitigation, I still, it's an unknown to me. I've yet to be shown an effective strategy, so I'd like to know more what the options are. What are appropriate sound measurements? Commissioner Howell, I know he has a background on this, so when he starts talking decibels, man, my eyes glaze over because this is a whole nother ballgame for me. So I need to be educated on what we can expect and how do you even regulate that? I know the sheriff has talked a lot about that with event centers and how difficult it would be to regulate sound. But I know there are strategies, and I've heard of strategies. I just have not been shown a noise mitigation strategy yet, so I'd like to see that. Decommissioning came up today. I know that was a comment. We have policy in solar for decommissioning. The difference here is solar a lot of times is leased land, and the owner is returned back to the owner after the lease expires or is canceled. This is acquisition, so there's a brand new owner of record on land that has rights on their land. What decommissioning strategies are available, particularly with leftover buildings, and legally can we tell an owner of record to remove a building? So I just need to be educated on that. But the decommissioning matters a great deal. Commissioner Howell talked about backup generators, environmental impact. I'd love to see what sort of regulations exist nationally on how they've mitigated some of these. So if we have that, that'd help. I am enthralled by the community benefits agreement, and Commissioner Meitzner was with the city in regards to the casino. Commissioner Blueball was as well, Chairman was as well. So, and what they are entitled to do with community benefits, I have a plethora of ideas, but I need to know what that looks like when it's attached to. Is it attached to a zoning code? Is it attached to a land use code? Is it attached to a comprehensive plan? Is this a separate agreement? These are things that I need to know more of.
And I might, Commissioner Beatty, Justin Wagner, County Councilor, I may chime in just on that. On the community benefits agreement part, it may be cleanest if that's not handled as part of your zoning code. I think that's probably better to keep as a separate consideration, just because I'm trying to think, and I'm looking at Scott to see if there's anything else in our zoning code, but that's more of a separate consideration from what your code would be. Doesn't mean that communities can't enter into those, but it's generally preferable not to have that as part of the consideration when you're in a quasi-judicial.
Then if you could do some backup study for me as how do we enforce a community benefits plan if it's not a part of a land use application or a zoning application. So I don't know what that looks like, but we need to, I want to know more. The common question we get is what is the benefit of data centers, hyperscale data centers in Sedgwick County? I think we can all talk about a property tax benefit, and it's a sizable property tax benefit. There's no sales tax benefit. That wasn't our call. But there is a sizable property tax benefit, but our constituents, our citizens want to know more. What is the benefit? And we're hearing all types of rumors of things that are happening across the country, of philanthropically, agreements they've been entered into, that's impacting school districts and such. Well, I need to know more and learn more and see what we can exercise in those regards. And I'll wrap up here. Last but not least, and this is really the crux of the discussion for me, I don't know other way around saying that I have incredible heartburn about any industrial use. Not just data centers, any industrial use, and I've said it from here before in other zoning cases, industrial uses going into rural residential areas. And we're taking the likes of 1.5 Boeings and putting them in a rural residential area in some conversations that are happening. There's no applications right now, but in some of these rumored conversations, and I just have a lot of heartburn, but I'm a rural guy, and I understand the disruption that industrial has when it comes into rural residential areas, and we have a comp plan guiding these conversations. So I can't get over that in my mind, and I have a lot of heartburn over that. So I am keenly interested in the overlay district conversation and would like to see a map of what potential properties, brownfield properties, other areas that could be designated for that. I'd also like to know, are they able to go vertical some of these companies that are looking at this nationally, they're trillion-dollar companies. They're pretty smart people. Do they have mechanisms to take hyperscale use and go vertical with it? I've heard no because of weight, but damn, we build parking garages with apartments underneath it and everything. I mean, it's kind of like we can't. These are really impressive people and organizations. Can we not go vertical so we don't need 900 to 1,000 acres? I just have a lot of questions still that we need to work through, but if you can help me with those questions and guiding me in the right way, I'll just say that I'm not an anti-data center person. I'm not an anti-hyperscale data center person. I think part of this process is bringing clarity to the community of what these things really are and what they do and the potential. But I am very much for some very tight and restrictive regulations of what they are, what they can do, what we expect, building policy based on what we expect the performance to be. And where they will be located. There are areas where this might be appropriate, but there are certainly areas in Sedgwick County where these are not appropriate, and we need to delineate the difference. So I'll hang back and listen to some more, but everybody's taken some notes, and so we have an idea of what I still need in this process.
But before I go on to Commissioner Meitzner, I'd just like to add one thing is I'd like to give us other examples as to data centers with the same capacity that don't require 900 acres, because we've seen them throughout the country, much more densely populated areas than Sedgwick County. How are they doing it? My gut tells me it's cheaper to spread it out over land than go vertical. So someone's had to have done it before, so I'm curious any benchmarking we can do to find out how others have done that. Commissioner Meitzner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been taking great notes. A lot of stuff covered. I've got some serious questions. Did I hear, mainly what I'll start with going after existing, quote, data centers. Did you say that every data center that's currently operating today is grandfathered and there would be no review and have to send in evaluation on their electric use and the water use, and if they're giving off any light contamination? I mean, is the code enforcement now going to go knock on doors on all existing data centers? If we
I'll try to answer your question, Commissioner Meitzner. I think if you guys enact code provisions, if a property owner already has a property in place that the use is permitted under our zoning code or is not specifically defined or is allowed somehow, they're not going to be, if they just continue using that, they're not going to be subject to these new regulations. Now, if they would expand their use significantly, we have specific provisions in our zoning code on how these uses are allowed, but use the term grandfathered in. But if they would expand significantly, if they have a new use come in, then they may be subject to it. But there would be a certain amount of rights that they have that already exist. So I don't think there would be an intent to enforce this on anything that exists today. And again, I think most of the data centers that we have today in Sedgwick County, when I say most, I think all that anyone is aware of are very small in scale. Scott already made the point that a lot of these may be ancillary uses to other existing commercial uses on a property. So I don't think this would cause a major impact on any, and it really shouldn't cause any significant impact on any existing data centers, small data centers that may exist.
Okay. I take issue. We have some large terabyte using it going on. As a matter of fact, in Sedgwick County, our tax system and our real estate, land records, everything else is 4 terabytes of information being stored and backed up here and co-located as a backup. Redundancy. That's just Sedgwick County. That's just one. I'm sure the city, the police department has theirs. Hospitals. I'm sure every school district has a data center of some sort. They're keeping records, everything, medical, everything. So I'll expand on that and the fact that the Berkeley report, since you're taking notes, page 6, there's 5 data centers, an enterprise data center, a co-location data center, a hyperscale, which we've talked about, an edge micro, and then a container module data centers. Okay, so that's, I don't know which of our, if if a school district wants to do a new office like USD 259 co-located into Southeast High School, and if that involved moving their data center, would they have to go in front of Planning Commission and say, hey, please, we'd like to move our school records into a new building, and we'll tell you how we're going to cool it and how much water we're going to use, and if it impacts the neighbor that lives across the street. This is a rabbit hole that's really gone a little crazy, but go ahead.
Yeah, Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Councilor again. That is a great question. That's another point of consideration as well. If you look, for example, for context like solar regulations are somewhat limited. We look more at those on whether they're using commercial use and also whether or not they're the primary use of the property in question.
Okay.
And so similar guidelines can be put in place for databases. I would say that the interim development control was fairly broad in what it encompassed, but that's because we don't currently have a definition of data centers.
Yeah.
And so some of that conversation could be framed by how do we want to define a data center? Do we want to make it so that we're only regulating those where the data centers are the primary use of the property and not secondary or ancillary? Also, do we want to look at the commercial component, things of that nature? We are, for instance, the purposes with data centers, a little bit of a blank slate. And so there are different avenues we can pursue with this.
Okay. Well, I was one of the people of, I think we should do more red carpet than red tape, but this thing is really going down the red tape. Part of me says, do we just want to focus on hyperscales? Because every email that we're getting, with the exception of one or two, and every T-shirt, it doesn't say no hyperscales. It says no data centers in Sedgwick County. And I'd hate to go tell McConnell and others that are high security data centers that, hey, we're outlawing data centers in Sedgwick County. So I think the public and we ought to start using the right words. And I'm just cringing on the message we're sending to. I know that the Innovation Campus at WSU's got some big plans on some more great companies. Many are, or a couple of them are in incredible law enforcement world that's outside. I mean, it's very big stuff. I assume that they may have a data center component. I have no idea. So if they're going to come in and build another building at the Innovation Campus, are we going to put them through the so-called meat grinder of data center compliance and application that I just think is incredible overregulation? I guess if we just do hyperscale only, then I'm way more comfortable in talking about a lot of the things about noise and everything else that everybody's talking about. But I think it's a dangerous, as a community elected leader, I think it's really dangerous to send a message that we don't like, quote, data centers. And you can go to Butler and go across the line and go down to Sumner and whatever and put it right on the border, and you use the same water without regulations, because water doesn't stop at the county line. It's a bad rabbit hole, from my opinion, but it's just my opinion. I know others have had that. I think I would hope that we're going to incorporate, as we talked earlier with one of the citizens, that SB 98 is clear on the compliance, so we relax the stress that everybody has on compliance. When I don't know if SB 98 needs to be a first step in an application or part of the next phase of an application. It doesn't matter to me, but I just believe that I'd like to incorporate SB 98. There's a great summary. It's a 2-page summary of SB 98 compliance stuff, and it's perfectly detailed, so Scott, if somebody wants to do a data center in their building, And I guess can they apply for a SB 98 sales tax under this deal? And
I think that there are certain constraints in terms of size and some other metrics that the state's looking for. But
that'll be helpful.
Yeah. But I think just to reiterate, I want to reflect back that we are taking notes, and I understand that what I'm hearing is a concern about over-regulation and wanting to make sure that we dial this in to be an appropriate level of regulation for.
Well, we're getting a lot of feedback from 1,000 emails that say we need to regulate a lot. And so I have a conflict with that, but that's just my opinion. I guess if it's hyperscale, I'm all in on really laser focus there. But so the Berkeley plan, page 33. That starts in use definitions. Now, instead of the 5, it's down to 3 now on page 33, micro, standard, and hyperscale. And so if we're going to do a policy and you incorporate micro and standard, then that goes into everything that I was preaching about earlier.
Yeah. And I want to say thank you very much for the conversation, because I think that it's helpful to get the perspective from each of you. And so far we've heard, size. We've also heard about location. These are all important factors. And so we'll be able to take this back to the project team and to Berkeley and say, hey, here's kind of the avenue that folks are interested in looking at. What kind of menu of options can we present for you to consider based on those?
Okay, I've engaged, I think we've referenced Scott Wagner, our IT person. I've engaged with him a few times about, and part of the light bulb moment for me is, no matter if wherever you're working, if you're working at Boeing or whatever, maybe ask, hey, do we have a data center? Yes. Where is it? What's it look like? Is it just a server room with racks and servers that we're all familiar with? And you walk in there and you don't get, your hair doesn't turn green if you walk in, all these things. I really struggle. So I think if we I'll get with the Berkeley report. A lot of respect for Berkeley, but I really liked in our meeting where the panel to our left was, I think Tanya was leading that, saying that, and I talked to her afterwards, an SME, subject matter expert panel of those knowledgeable, experienced people, as well as a couple of others that are more citizen and driven. I think I would support an SME panel that, as you guys bring the final thing or your recommendations to us, that they get to review it. Because her most impactful statement, I don't know if she said publicly or privately, was Berkeley's really good. They take national information. They don't really, they're not as experienced locally with the environment of our city and even our state and our county. And there seems to be a high level of intelligence that we have locally that would help, because Berkeley's kind of more broad. For instance, the 5 categories and the 3. So I would support, I'm not recommending, but I would support a SME panel. We could each appoint somebody, or I don't know how you want to do it. And I don't know if they need to have probably open meetings or not, versus I would love them to have incredible real dialogue with our planning commission about, hey, this is a showstopper. Is it that industrial areas that the applicants, they need more space than industrial area that is existing? Do those kind of things. So I just probably have said enough, but I would lean towards we just wipe out these small ones and let companies still come and open a business and keep their data to themselves. I can't imagine the complaints we'd get. And, hey, go talk to this company, and we call code enforcement. Hey, go by and knock on the door and get your soundo meter and find out Oh, I see it.
I don't think anyone wants me walking into their
Well, I
data
don't think so, but
operations.
that's what we're getting encouraged is to eliminate.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Hey, Scott, remind me, in solar, we put those lower levels of commercial and residential, we did that by right, correct? I mean, there's ways we can do things by right in zoning code.
I think there was a distinction in there about how much information would be required as part of the application.
Okay.
We tried to reduce the regulatory burden for those that were smaller.
Okay, can you consider that there's levels of data centers? The data centers today, do they have to, like at Wichita State or anywhere, do they have to ask special permissions today?
No, the way that they are classified, it really is subject to interpretation because we don't have a definition in our zoning code. So when we're confronted with an issue of, hey, we want to do a data center, it's like, well, is it the primary, is it principal use, or is it ancillary? And then second of all, what characteristics does it have? And then we determine where it best
We need to find some by right status for some of these things, so, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is all about language and definition, Commissioner, and another commissioner brought this up as well. We did it in solar. If we abolish data centers, Sedgwick County couldn't operate. Today we have our own data center. It's off-site. I mean, as every business does. I don't think that's the theme of what we're hearing from the community. I think the theme is hyperscale. I think we need a good, clean definition of what hyperscale is, and then we push regulation and management that way. And whatever we can do by right for companies and businesses that are just trying to run business, I think we should consider that. Your point is well taken. I think we can pass that on to MAPC and advance plans so they can definitely consider that going in, that we really crystallize what this definition looks like, because that everything drives from there. So appreciate that.
I think that's most of what I had to, my heartburn. Thank you.
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Circling back on a couple of things, Commissioner Meitzer, just it's clear that the Senate Bill 98 is for investment of at least $250 million in a qualified data center within 5 calendar years of beginning of operations. And so that defines the amount of money invested. And there's also a requirement for 20 new jobs at such data center within 2 calendar years of beginning operations. And so those are two caveats to be eligible for Senate Bill 98 sales tax exemption. I think the machine and equipment exemption probably would remove property taxes on the items that are not part of the building. That is all, again, that's also current law. That's not part of Senate Bill 98. That's long existing property tax abatement from the state of Kansas. It's been there for a very long time. So that's, we don't have any control over that either. So again, the servers inside the building will not be taxed with property tax because they're machine and equipment. A couple of things. Yesterday, someone talked about payment in lieu of taxes. That would be only if we abated property taxes. Would that come into play? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding. So from reading about other communities, it appears that these come up when and if there are incentives or waivers of property taxes.
So if we don't abate property taxes, that's not going to have, that discussion of pilot as a replacement revenue is not something we need to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I guess a couple of other things, previous comments from commissioners. I would point out that the Berkeley report actually does seem to have a bit of a conflict in its size of how it defines hyperscale data centers. On page 34, it mentions hyperscale is 150,000 square feet or 25 megawatts. And yeah, that's a pretty good sized building. I'm not sure if that's the right number we would want to use here or not, but that to me is a pretty good sized building. So I guess I agree that if it's not a hyperscale data center, I don't know that we have the same concerns. But to me, that is one that is getting to the size where I think we ought to have some concern. But on page 8 of the same report, it says a hyperscale data center is designed to support large-scale IT infrastructure and can have a minimum of 5,000 servers, upwards of 500 cabinets, and are at least 10,000 square feet in size. I don't think we're talking 10,000 square feet. Again, I'm not sure the size of the building is the biggest concern here. It's the energy consumption and potential water consumption for cooling. And then maybe other factors like noise and traffic and other things. But to me, the 10,000 square feet would be a very small building for what we're talking about in terms of the discussion today. I mentioned earlier about putting a requirement on a hyperscale data center. They would have to monitor their own noise, and it should be traceable. Correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of farmers in the room, you farmers that irrigate your crops, you have a requirement to monitor your water usage, is that correct? It's reportable. So I don't know why this would be any different. So I think that this, if there is going to be any type of consumption at all to cool data centers, that there would be a monitoring requirement that would be continuously monitored and reportable, much like I talked about the noise monitoring. So to me, that's very reasonable. I think we should limit their usage per day. By the way, just did a lot of looking here. It looks like, I'm sure someone's probably going to disagree with this, but it looks like the average human being in a urban setting would consume or use around 100 gallons of water per day. And it's for bathing and all kinds of other usage. So about 100 gallons per day. So again, put that into context. If there are, 150 employees that are eating lunch and they have to wash their hands and use the restroom, there's a certain amount of water that we're not talking about that water. We're talking that's water that's for operation of an office environment for employees. I'm not worried about that. But water that's used for cooling being separately monitored. And again, I think we can establish a threshold of what we'd allow. I think two commissioners said no water usage. So I want to clarify. I think Commissioner Wise, you mentioned no water usage at all. And I think Commissioner Beatty also said that.
Yeah, I just want clarity on closed loop systems so we understand it better.
Yeah.
So again, closed loop system might have it might have wastewater, but again, generally speaking, the water that's in that closed loop system is designed to be recycled.
Yeah, it's
over, so it should know, unless there is a like your car, you don't have to top that off very often. It's a closed loop system, right?
The big question I have is the recharge. How often? I mean, if we're looking at 1 million gallons of recharge, I mean, I live out that way and I know what well water's like. So I need to understand. In rural parts of the county, if we're charging at 1 million gallons annually, or is this 1 million gallons every 5 years, or 1 million, or maybe this is 4 million gallons every year? I don't know. That's what I need to know.
So again, so I think, just like your car, every once in a while you need to do a flush and fill. Okay, so coolant doesn't do its job. Eventually, it doesn't work as well as it used to. So you have to. It's hazardous waste. You have to replace that every once in a great while. But you're not necessarily doing evaporative cooling. You're not taking water out of the ground and putting it back in the ground. Those are things I think we ought to be very crisp on. If you have a closed loop system, you're recycling the same water, but you've got to do some type of maintenance over some period of time. And we're talking about replacing the fluid and you're managing the hazardous waste. To me, that's an acceptable use of that water, but it needs to be all, I think we have to define what we're talking about. Just for point of reference, again, I love Boeing. They're in my district, and I appreciate all that they do. But if I understand correctly, they use gray water from Wichita that is several million gallons per day. 3 million gallons, I think 2 million gallons they recycle. About 1 million gallons is consumed. I don't know how they consume it, but they do. And we love Boeing, and I don't want them to feel like we're critical to them at all. But we have industry here that is using a lot of water. So anyway, we need to be reasonable. I just want to make sure we're on the same page there. I do think they ought to data log the water consumption. It should be reportable. So that's my request. The roundtable we had upstairs talked a lot about energy, and again, I think it was a little bit over my head. I don't quite understand exactly what was about the excise fees, or it's not allowed. I don't understand what was discussed there, but I'm looking at Mike. I think you talked a lot about this in the back there. I do want to have a regulation that says that they are responsible for whatever infrastructure is required to provide whatever energy they need. They're responsible for that in such a way that the cost of infrastructure is not borne by other ratepayers. That's fairly simple. I don't know how else to say it, but that needs to be stated, I guess, explicitly. There's some discussion yesterday about heat dome. I would say there are some people talked about 16-degree rise, and I don't know where that, we don't know where it's measured. We don't know how far away from the facility it's measured. But just like a lot of other things that propagate over distance, dissipate over distance, I don't know where that would be measured, but I've done some study on my own here that the heat dome or heat rise that is measured at some distance is usually less than 1 degree. But we need to define what that is. So I guess I want to know where are we going to measure the heat rise and what's the allowable tolerance we're willing to accept. Okay. You already talked about noise. Height restrictions, I know Commissioner Beatty talked about vertical. I don't think he's talking about vertical going down or going up, but I do think there ought to be an up limit that says we're not going to build a 20-story building necessarily. You know, I don't know how high we're talking about here, but if you want to have any type of reasonable screening, the height may need to be defined 60 feet, 45 feet, 75 feet, some number. I want to know what that's going to be. So I guess I have some opinions on those numbers, but I guess we need to make sure our regulations are addressing height restrictions. And then I guess two more questions. This is a good one for you, Scott. Looking at the countywide comprehensive plan again, we have countywide zoning that started in 1985. I believe when you look at industrial areas that are on that map, primarily those are industrial areas that existed prior to 1985. And they're simply codified in the comprehensive plan. Can you validate this idea? Were there any industrial areas that were preconceived, if you will, saying we would like to do industrial over here and commercial retail over here, and we would like to do residential over here, and that's how they built the city? Or was saying somebody said they wanted to do some industrial, we found the spot that seems to fit their needs, either was already industrial in 1985, or we change it to industrial to meet the request through a zone change, if you will?
So I would do a caveat first, which is I may not be the best person in terms of the history of the zoning, but what I would offer is that I'm not aware of any that historically were laid out to say, yes, this is where we'll do industrial and it will develop there in the future, at least in Sedgwick County. Now in Wichita, there was a conversation, I'd say approximately 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more, about the need for more industrial space and industrial areas that were ready, sites that are ready to go. And in southwest Wichita especially, there was a large rezoning that was done as part of that. Now, since then, portions of that have been chipped away with and rezoned to residential, but there is a large area of industrial kind of in the southwest portion of Wichita.
There are some areas that I know that have the old Derby refinery that's now a ICT 21.
Yes, sir.
Great looking site now. They cleaned that up a lot, but that's an industrial site. It has a lot of groundwater contamination. And maybe that's primarily why it really can't be developed into some other, like residential areas. So that's an area that I know that's kind of defined as an industrial area, but it was also, I think it's been industrial even since the Derby refinery was there. So it's always been that way. I don't think it had to change it. It's just always been that way. I think there's some smaller cities that have industrial sections of their city that says we want to do, if we need some type of manufacturing or whatever it's going to be over here. I think there are some smaller cities that have areas that are designated for small amounts of industrial usage, but not large. So there is no place in Sedgwick County that would accommodate this type of facility. So there is no current industrial space in Sedgwick County. If we say we're going to call it industrial, and we're going to find an industrial section of the county that's available to be used, there is no place to do that.
So I would say, yes, it is my current understanding without having done more in-depth research on this, but yes, the size and the scale of the hyperscale facilities with 700 acres plus, that's a large amount of land, and I'm not aware of industrially zoned areas that could accommodate that today.
A lot of these hyperscale data centers are multi-buildings. Now, I don't know if there's a way for them to get around we talked about clustering before, whether clustering is good or bad. I don't think we've never defined that either. You want to see data centers co-located near each other so that there's an industrial area that encompasses numerous data centers. Are we saying that a data center can't be within a certain distance of another data center? I think we have to define what that means. I'd like to ask my colleagues, do we have an opinion on that? Because I think that matters. I don't know if anybody has a thought right now on whether that clustering is good. Or I think, Commissioner Wise, you've said both. I think you said you were kind of against clustering, then I think you said you maybe weren't in favor of it, so I'm not sure where we are.
Commissioner, okay.
I think if we were to have a limit of what we think our county can even handle, as far as if we understand what their usage is and electrical demand and in water, I don't know if we can handle having more than one at all. I didn't like the idea of clustering, and I liked having some distance in between after you had made your point of maybe it's a better thing to have them together and then shut it down. I can also see that. So I guess I don't know the demand yet to know if we can even handle one, let alone more than one.
Do we have any interest in limiting the size of these things? I mean, we're talking about minimum sizes that qualifies as a regulated hyperscale data center, but is there a maximum size we would allow? We talked about maximum sizes for solar farms. What about maximum sizes for data centers? Is there a desire to see a maximum size defined? And again, if we're talking about clustering, let's say one company has a data center, another one is right next door. It's two different companies. Do each one have their own? I have these questions. I don't know how to answer it. I guess I'm just curious, do we even have a position on this? Are we thought, because again, no offense to Berkeley, but these things are not defined in these reports. We need to know, how are we going to handle that?
I think these are all great questions. I think these are all issues that we would delve into when we look at the options for regulation. And in fact, I know that Berkeley's not here today, but they are our outside expert that has experience working on these data center issues. What I think is really nice about this conversation is that we're able to get an idea of what your questions are and what you're interested in exploring. We're able to relay that back to the project team, including the Berkeley group, so that they can be prepared to come and have a conversation with you. Now, I don't know what format you'd prefer to have that and when you'd like to have that, but we can give them this information, and it just helps them to work to serve you better, to get you the information that you want and that you need.
It's also very customary for us to have land. Every piece of property in Sedgwick County has a current zoning status, whatever that is. We change zoning frequently from one planned use that would be by right to another planned use because we reconsider it and change the zoning classification. Mm-hmm. Yes, right. Sir. So this is really not that different than that. It does say here in the comprehensive plan a couple of things that I think are interesting. I guess it brings me back to a question: is this really a matter of, I just say this, if a data center doesn't, if they take care of all of the infrastructure needed for their own usage, mm-hmm. and if they don't consume massive amounts of water, which again, I'll just say again, my position is I don't want to approve any data center that uses massive amounts of water. So I think charging is one thing, but operationally, that's not where I'm not there. I'm never going to probably get there. If this was along the side of the Mississippi River, that would not be an issue because you have abundant water always available. Or if it's near the Pacific Ocean or something, you always have water available. But in Sedgwick County, Kansas, this is going to be an issue. So, but if you had a data center that simply doesn't have a water issue, doesn't have an energy issue, what gives us the right to regulate this differently than any other commercial business?
Absent a water issue and doesn't have an electricity issue, I think what we would be concerned about are other issues that folks have raised today, which is, you look at noise, compatibility with adjacent uses, heights, what does the appearance of it look like? How is it screened? Typical things that come up during zoning cases. If I could, I think part of what you're getting at is what are our standards that we're going to have in terms of our requirements? And then the second element will be the comprehensive plan, which is guidance, which is how do we evaluate these projects. But if you wanted to, you could get to the point where through the regulations, we can try and streamline that review as much as possible.
Well, what I'm getting to is, it seems like there is, some of the comments were, why don't they just put these data centers in the industrial area? There isn't one. And the question is, since there isn't one, are we just simply saying because there isn't one, you can't come to Sedgwick County? I think that seems a little bit dangerous legally. I think there's legal concerns about us simply saying no because we are not willing to consider a rezoning case because we don't like data centers. If that's what we're trying to do here, I think there's a legal reason for us to not be arbitrary that way. Because we change zoning all the time. All of a sudden we say no because we just have an opinion about data centers, perhaps. What gives us the right to be different if we treat this business differently than other businesses? Because we've been doing this for a long time. And frankly, it's just another business in many ways, unless it has impact on quality of life or human health or whatever. There may be reasons why we could do that, but.
And what I would offer too is that before Kirk gets up is just that reiterizing that today and tomorrow and for the near term, we're talking about the process of what the regulation should be, also what should the guidance be. So this is kind of it's an interesting and unique opportunity, but you are correct that when it comes to the point where if data centers are a good fit for Sedgwick County and the zoning does allow for that, then you will be confronted with a case that probably, I would assume, that would come up where an application would be made. Yep.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say the standard for the board on these potential regulations is reasonableness. So, in the question of, well, if we had unlimited water, what right do we have to regulate the water usage? Well, that might be less reasonable than if there are limited water resources. So everything before the board will go back to what's the reasonableness of the proposed standards that are being considered. And that's what it is. I would also add that in terms of completely denying certain businesses, I would say that this was considered and wind energy usage was outlawed by the county previously. So,
but there was rationale for that.
There was rationale
defined for why you would just simply say we didn't like them. We thought it was incompatible for certain specific reasons.
Right. What's the reasonableness of your actions?
Okay. I might point out one more thing, and I'll be done. And that is the comprehensive plan does talk about. Let me read it. It's on page 24. It says industrial and commercial uses located in rural areas should be separate from and distinct from lower intensity land uses and should provide appropriate screening and buffering to ensure compatibility among land uses. So it contemplates industrial in the rural areas of our county. So if someone says, I don't want industrial in rural Sedgwick County, it's already in the comp plan. I don't think we can. That ship sailed when this was approved. Yep. And on it goes. There's actually a few more comments that are very similar to that. It talks about ingress and egress locations to non-residential use. Generally, should not access residential streets. And again, I think we're talking about section line roads. Probably they would be access through section line roads. It goes on and says. Let me find one more here. Well, that's primarily it. I guess my point is that the comprehensive plan does anticipate industrial operations in the rural Sedgwick County. Again, subject to zoning, appropriate zoning. So I don't know that we can simply say no because it's a rural area today. If there is buffering and screening that it mentions in just a moment, just as I read that a minute ago.
Yeah, if I could, sir, I think part of that gets back to the size, scope, intensity, and scale. And at the time when the comp plan was written, it didn't anticipate hyperscale as a possible use. The other thing too is that when you look at those are what we use. They're the locational guidelines. They're what we use when we're formulating a recommendation on a case. And for lots of industrial uses, the typical standard of screening of trees and wooden fences or solid screening is sufficient, has been deemed by the community to be sufficient going forward. I think part of what's being raised here is this question of we have a new type of facility and do our existing regulations meet the instances where those would abut residential or lesser intensity.
All right. Hey, thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wise?
Scott, I think you just kind of wrapped up with a bow. What I was going to make a point of is we need to, I think the first question is size. And then once we know what our size limitations are, then we can talk through all of the other details, because that's going to determine if it's hyperscale, if it's not hyperscale, how many acres it covers, how much water it will consume based on how big the building is and how many servers they have. So I think size is going to be really important to tackle first. I think I had written down notes just as Commissioner Howe was talking, primary use is going to be really, needs to be defined, that it's the primary use of the land or of the business, so that we identify that, I think, clearly. And And then back to Commissioner Beatty had mentioned the community benefits package. I'd like to see that a community benefits package application or submittal is submitted and approved by the Board of County Commission prior to any application for the project to be submitted. I'm not the attorney in the room, but I think that other communities have done that where they've required community benefits packages to be submitted and approved prior to application. So if we can look into that, and I might have some stuff I can send to you that I've researched.
And Commissioner Wise, on that, I would say a couple things. First is we can look into that further. The other part would be there are a lot of counties around the state that don't have countywide zoning, and so they don't have to have the same considerations when a case comes in front of them because their board isn't sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. But there are other factors that we can look into further and discuss. One thing, for example, there have been some discussion, I'll just mention this, that if you got to a point where there was a determination that something was permitted by right, for example, where some sort of size of data center is permitted by right, then you're not necessarily going to be sitting in that same quasi-judicial capacity. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm saying if that were the way that the code were adopted. So there are alternatives there, but I generally it is preferable to keep the zoning code considerations separate from any economic development types of arrangements.
And I would like that to be separated. By right has come up twice from our attorneys, and I would like that to be just my 2 cents. I'd like for all of them to be considered and brought to the board. I don't know that I have any interest, especially on hyperscale, to ever be allowed by right. I think we need to consider things like this, the community benefits package and all of the systems and natural resources that it's going to take from us. And then I think my final note, I believe, is, Berkeley so far, the white paper has given us some framework and some options. And I think what would settle, I think the board and our constituents is actually seeing it into a resolution and starting to add those details in, further define and craft that. So I know that's on your guys' list of to-dos, but I think sooner the better. It will settle a lot of our nerves and discomfort. I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you. I just, Kurt, I appreciate you talking about. We did limit. We eliminated wind farms, and that had a valid. Said whatever the words you use, but most of the county had, with our 12 or 13 or however many airstrips and being air, it was so logical to get there. So if we want to ban some things or another, we need finite logical stuff on that so that we can. Otherwise, I think we need to accept every application and run it through the process. I would say that related to Commissioner, how you were talking about asking what a site plan might look like, and Chairman Blueball and I did go out to the Medicine Lodge open house in Barber County. Is that what it's Barber County? Barber County, yeah. And it was hosted. It was an open meeting. Anybody could have gone. And they did have a site, and they had stations similar to what was going on last night, but more defined stations. But one of them was the site plan, and it had exactly what their goals were. You could see the setbacks, you could see the roads that they were going to pave and turn into multiple lanes, and we asked a lot of questions, and we got a lot of explanation of why buildings were here and retention ponds. It was really educational. So we even asked, well, why don't you don't that's not the site plan in Sedgwick County. But if that's a site plan, it's a great example for everybody to actually look at, other than, we've heard that people have driven out and visited under construction or other sites. But to see that, I thought that was really valuable, so you could see why maybe they can't cluster them as close together or whatever. But we asked a lot of questions. It was really educational. And then obviously a lot of other stuff we talked to as well, power grid and employment, and we did talk to the co-op, and your you're very right, Commissioner, that co-ops are not as regulated, and now they've worked out a deal with, and this was a Google. I mean, there's no secret, it was Google, and they'd worked out an agreement with that, and they'd worked it. And they spend a lot of money, as everybody says. Everybody uses the word trillion on stuff, and so it was really good. So I would just maybe someday, it doesn't have to be Google. It probably could be anybody. These hyperscales, I would assume, look pretty similar. But to see a site plan was valuable. So I just wanted to throw that as you're worried about. You want to talk about clustering buildings and whatever, or going vertical or whatever. We didn't ask them about vertical, but I would have now if I'd. But
I think my biggest takeaway is they don't have county zoning.
Right.
So they would not be going through the process that we have because they don't have zoning for their counties.
Right.
So.
And they had an original plan, they said, and because it's close to one town, what was that, Sharon or something, and they moved it farther away, so they were a mile away or half, whatever and they had sound people talking about what, the berms and how much sound would be mitigated by setbacks as well as just the whole location. It was very, very interesting, very somewhat factual to me versus a lot of things that we're asked to believe, and so it was kind of interesting to talk factual. So anyway,
I'd like to see the comparison as to an area like that. What's the difference? I live 100 yards from a grain elevator for the first 18 years of my life. I'm listening to aerations. We're drinking water with spilled fertilizer right outside the wells. So
yeah, we drove past solar farms that were, miles of solar to drive past there to get there. I was shocked at how the solar farms were 2 or 3 miles long.
Yeah, and I hadn't been out there for a year or so, and there was a lot more than last time.
Anyway, okay, that's all. I just was going to comment.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Kurt?
Is there any interest in kind of codifying what we've talked about today, or we just want Scott to take everything back?
Mr. Beatty?
I really don't. I'm not sure how. I don't know how we could codify because I think a lot of what I asked were questions that I want additional research, and I'm asking and directing staff to get me some information. I just don't know how we could codify anything that was done today because we still have to go through the advanced plans process, and we want to give them some guidance as to where our head's at on some of these things and some direction, but I don't know how we codify anything today.
Can you give me a little bit of wiggle room on this, and I'll be brief on this? So from what I'm hearing, it does appear we do want a definition and we do want some sort of specialized regulations on data centers. Is that fair to say?
Fair from my seat, yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of seeing some nods. Okay, going on from that, is there more of an interest in the tiered approach, whereas there might be heightened regulations for larger scale applications?
For me, yes, but I would yield to my colleagues.
Commissioner Howell? I'd just say absolutely to that question. I think I like the idea of codifying at least a couple of points here. I would like to see the commissioners state publicly, as a majority of commissioners hopefully agrees, that the millions of gallons needed to cool a data center, hyperscale data center in Sedgwick County is not compatible with Sedgwick County. I hope we can agree on that. And whatever they come up with for cooling, it cannot be the type that consumes millions of gallons of water. So if we can just simply codify that one point, hopefully the community discussion can move on, because I kind of assume we all kind of agree on that. But we've never actually said that. So again, I would like to see us, if I have to make a motion, I'll do that. But I would like to say, is there consensus for that?
Well, let me
clarify that.
Let me frame it this way, if I could, Commissioner. As an area of focus and interest in further review and analysis, it appears that there is an interest from the board in preserving water sources and looking at opportunities for data centers to minimize and mitigate water usage. I think that's fair to say, right? And we're open to looking at the different types, whether it's closed loop, whether it's air cooling, whatever it may be, which may be done more at advanced plan setting on reviewing that information, but just as a broad focus, that's an interest of the board. And
And Kurt, did you just say elevate regulations tier? What did you say?
Different tiers of regulation. So, for example, is there an interest maybe in approaching these data centers like solar, where we had small, medium, and large, and as the size increased, there were additional regulations potentially on the larger scale applications?
I'm not for regulating by site or by right. I'm not interested in anything small. If the commission wants to, the majority can, but I'm not gonna vote to regulate company-owned data centers and school districts and everything else.
Chairman, and if I could
yes, please.
chime in. I have asked Scott to come to the podium. We have a process going on here now where advanced plans, there's a process here. And I think that we might be getting just a bit in front of it. So, Scott, can you talk us through the rest of the process?
Yeah. So what we'll do is we've got the notes, we've got the video from today. We're going to share that with the Advanced Plans Committee. We're going to share that with the project team. And so I think this is really helpful because the last time we've gone through exercises like this, they always ask, well, what's the county commission think? What do the elected officials think? And so now we're able to provide them with some information about what some of your thoughts are. So then what we'll do is we'll share that with them. You'll be able to monitor the progress and see what happens. And if you like, we can come back to a staff meeting or something and check back in with you and give you an update. And that could be an opportunity to get Berkeley and have a direct conversation with them to kind of further refine the options that Advanced Plans is looking at. But I do want to just reiterate, again, we're going to provide the notes that you've already talked about. We're going to share the video so that they've got that as a resource.
And the commission always gets the last bite at the apple, right? You guys will always get the last edit, the last modification. So I think I really want to give Advanced Plans and MAPC what you have appointed them to do, which is to weigh in on this and get into these weeds and take into the consideration the guidance you have given today, which I agree with Scott is very valuable, but stop short of maybe making definitive regulation today. And let's let the process run through.
Commissioner Wise?
You go ahead.
Or Jim?
My only concern is, again, I think the word codify may not be the right word. I think to capture what was said today and organize it in some way, I'd like to maybe have them consider what would that look like? Is it even doable? I mean, I'm talking about monitoring noise at the borders. Okay, is that doable? I think bring back, if you will, a regulation potentially that might say, here's what that might look like, and then see if this commission, I would hope in a couple of weeks, could have another conversation about that idea and say, we all agree or we don't agree. If that's a regulation we would want to have incorporated into the final regulations. So I think this is a back and forth. I think by bringing us, I think to capture those notes and then to contemplate what that would look like, bring back those ideas for us to have another discussion to see if there's consensus to officially ask for that to be incorporated. Because right now it's just me coming up with an idea. I don't. If you can't codify that because it's just me. I have no idea what my colleagues think about some of these ideas. But if you bring it back and say it could be done, here's how it would look like. It would cost this much. It's not doable. It's impossible, or it is doable. And here's what we recommend. 60 dBs from 9 p.m. till 7 a.m. on these. Whatever. Put that in writing, and then let us come back and chew on it and agree, see if there's consensus to bless the idea and send it back for Advanced Plans to incorporate.
Yeah, what we can do is, we've got the topics on noise, we've got water, we've got scale and scope and size, we've got location. All of these topics are things that I'm going to say are kind of emerging either as a comment that's come up or emerging as a theme that's coming up from multiple commissioners. Going to share that with the project team and with the Advanced Plans. And so then I expect that they're going to have a menu of options that they're going to say, hey, we think this one fits the bill, or we think this is an area where we think we're close. Maybe it's 2 or 3 options. You're going to have an opportunity to observe and kind of ask questions and plug into that and say, you know what, we like the way they're going on this. No, we don't like the way that they're going on this. Remember with solar, there was quite a bit of development that took place. It came to you, and then the commission said, hey, this doesn't quite fit the bill. We want you to go back and do more work. I want to get with you before we get to that point. I mean, you always have that option, but I think showing you where we're at in this step and how they're making progress, I think would be very valuable. But I think this information today, what you've provided already is super helpful, because we're able to go back and say, here's what the conversation was, here's some of the different perspectives that they're bringing to it, and some of the challenges that they see with this.
Scott, you just kind of tapped into what I was going to ask about. Is it ever appropriate, or has it ever happened to where the commission talks to advanced plans before they do a lot of work? I'm just thinking through efficiency and not playing tennis here, hitting the ball back and forth. But is there ever a time that we could come together and just kind of hash some of this out with some of these bigger topics that continue to come up?
We have talked about, at one time, there was a discussion about bringing in advanced plans members with you for a staff meeting.
Yeah.
And so that's entirely a possibility. I would also say you're more than welcome to please come and attend the advanced plans meetings, and you can observe. You might get asked a couple questions. We'll have to talk to legal about how that would get resolved. But I think they very much do value knowing kind of what perspective the electeds have on it, because they want to make sure that they're meeting the needs of the community too, and they know that you are the conduit that a lot of people come to you, rightfully so, with those comments, and they're not exactly, they don't have access to that same thing, so they see the interface with you is very important.
And Commissioner Wise, to what Scott was just discussing, if you guys were going to do something like that, it'd probably be cleanest to have it be a county staff meeting or something along those lines, where advanced plans could be invited as well. I know they'd have to technically under COMA probably call it a special meeting of advanced plans. I believe there's bylaws provisions for how that could happen. So that'd probably be the preferred course if you want to have an interactive discussion between both. It'd be up to the will of the board, though.
I would like that. I don't know if we need to decide that today or let Chairman kind of lead in that, but I just think it would be more efficient, and we'd be able to get through this maybe a little bit, not faster in a rushed kind of way, but just efficiency. I mean, we're all attending a lot of meetings. We're fielding a lot of emails. I have so much information that I don't know if I should just spew on you and fill your inbox, and if that gets passed on to the advanced plans. So I guess I just want a little bit more direct. I want them to have the information that we're finding, and it's just really hard when it has to be on a Wednesday morning only.
When we were navigating solar, there was back and forth between MAPC and the commission pretty routinely. It's important that we do it publicly so people can hear.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point, Commissioner Wise, and two things. I think we can set up a staff meeting. Justin and Scott and I will figure out a way to staff that and bring advanced plans into where commission can have dialogue. And then the second thing, any data I'm getting in, and there's some people here, Tim Mullen sent me some documents. I shove all that to advanced plans. I want to read it myself too, and I think commission should see it. But advanced plans should see that too, because they're the ones now that are charged with, by procedure, getting into the weeds and answering all these questions and beginning to craft what looks to be like a framework. So I think you should download whatever you can onto Scott or I, and we will get it to those people. So
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. If not, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion been seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item L, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on March 26, 2026.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The Board of Bids and Contracts, our regular meeting of March 26. We originally started with 13 items, and we have one item that will be deferred. We'll mention it here shortly. Our first item is 2026 asphalt rejuvenation for Public Works. Recommendation is to accept the bid from Cutler Repaving Incorporated. That's in the amount of $1,272,168.93. Item number 2 is the surfacing and drainage improvements to serve Osage Country Phase 2 for Public Works. Recommendation is to accept the low bid from Pearson Construction, LLC, in the amount of $854,767.50. Our third item is the precast reinforced concrete box and end sections for Public Works. And this recommendation is to accept the quote from McPherson Concrete Companies. They're doing business as Wichita Concrete Pipe Incorporated. It's at the rates listed for a period of 1 year with 3 one-year options to renew. Item number 4 is telematics for Public Works fleet vehicles, Public Works. This recommendation is to utilize Sourcewell contract 102924-SAM with Samsara Incorporated, and that's in the amount of $253,662.12, and this will cover a term of 36 months. Item number 5 has been deferred, a request by Public Works, and we hope to bring that back to you next week. Item number 6 is grading and paving plans to serve Barnhart Estates Public Works. And this recommendation is to accept the low bid from Pearson Construction, LLC, and that's in the amount of $999,899.52. Item number 7 is Sedgwick County Adult Detention Facility, the power factor correction for project services. And this recommendation is to accept the low base bid from Southwestern Electrical Company Incorporated, and that's in the amount of $76,675. Item number 8 is the on-call support for Justware, various departments, and this recommendation is to accept the quote from Pine Technologies, LLC, in the amount of $130,000, and it will cover a contract period that will end June 30th of 2027. Item number 9 is the web-based subscription solution for Health Department, and this recommendation is to accept the quote from My Sidewalk Incorporated in the amount of $79,077, and that's for a period of 3 years that starts June 14th, 2026, and will go through June 13th of 2029. Item number 10, 1-ton four-wheel drive crew cab single rear wheel service body truck fleet management Public Works, and this recommendation is to accept the low bid from Parks Motors in the amount of $62,308. Item number 11 is the Enterprise Help Desk Service Management Software Platform for Division of Information Technology. And this recommendation is to utilize the Interlocal Purchase System contract number 230105 with Business Oriented Software Solutions Incorporated. And that's in the amount of $84,000. And that contract pricing will extend for a period of 1 year. Item number 12 is the Air Gapped Recovery Solution for Division of Information Technology. Recommendation is to utilize the Omnia Partners contract R240303, and that's with Eagle Technologies Incorporated. It's in the amount of $176,117.13, and that covers a contract period of 1 year. And our final item is the Co-Location Data Center for Division of Information Technology. And this recommendation is to accept the quote from Cox Business Systems in the amount of $433,200, and that covers a term of 60 months. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Sure, Commissioner Beatty.
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of these. I just have one quick question, and it's more on policy. And it's just as I was reading through this, it came up. So I'm sorry I didn't give you any heads up on this. But some of these, particularly like paving projects, things of that sort, when we're on 1-year contracts, obviously we're seeing a lot of fluctuation in the oil market, a lot of, I got an asphalt quote recently, and they called back saying, I can't honor that quote because what we're seeing are those circumstances do we have provisions in contracts that if for some reason costing and pricing does to where we have a 1-year contract, what happens if for some reason costing changes on such a dramatic to where they simply can't honor a contract anymore? That's a policy question. I probably could have asked that separately on a day like this when it's 12:30, but I'm really curious because I know there is a lot of fluctuation in some of these markets right now.
Good afternoon. For the record, Lynn Packer, Director of Public Works, County Engineer. We have provisions in our policy that requires that the contractor submit a price, and there are requirements for how much those commodities can increase in price or decrease in price before we would need renegotiate those issues.
We do have policy that addresses these things.
Yes, and when things get really bad, we talk to the contractors. There's also bid items that we can add in there that actually just install that automatically from the beginning. So those are usually used for longer term projects when you have something that's going to be like 4 or 5 years. When you're talking about a project that's going to be 6 to 9 months, we usually just that's enough to where they have pre-purchased the materials.
Okay.
And they're ready and available.
So, and there's change order provisions that we have by policy and such. Okay, that satisfies my question, but I appreciate that.
Any other questions? All right. If not, I'd like to approve the recommendations of the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Minus item 5.
Minus item 5. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Boobaugh.
Aye.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Clerk, next item.
Consent agenda.
Chairman and Commissioners, Tom Stills, County Manager's Office, recommending approval of consent items M through AC on regular agenda.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about consent items M through AC? If not, I'd like to, Commissioner Meitzner?
Yeah, I just wanted to make note that I on item O, I do serve on the board of Cerebral Palsy Research Foundation. I did not receive any compensation for it, and but I am a member of that nonprofit board, and I will be voting to approve this.
And I would add, just for the record, Commissioner Meister, there is an exception under the Kansas statutes that talk about if you have a substantial interest. It does not apply to prohibit elected officials from voting on a contract if they're on a not-for-profit board like you just described, Commissioner Meister. And the reason I think for that exception is there's no pecuniary benefit rising to elected official in that case. Just wanted to note that for the record.
Yeah, and this is a renewal of a wheelchair and posturing seating that we do statewide, or that the CPRF does statewide. It's a nice thing. So thank you.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve consent items M through AC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Boobaugh.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Legislative issues.
Good afternoon, Tanya.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Tanya Cole, Assistant County Manager. I usually try to be brief, but I'm just going to tell you ahead of time I've got a few pages here, so it's going to be a little bit lengthy. Okay, so today marks the 80th day of legislative session, and next Thursday, April 9th, we'll start veto session, and that's scheduled for 3 days. So as far as updates, House Bill 2644, this passed, and this requires a county appraiser to adjust the value of residential and commercial property upon final determination or obtain a fee simple appraisal if the appraised value exceeds 5% increase over 3 years. So I wanted to mention that bill. The next bill, House Bill 2571, this is actually our bill. This increases the cost threshold for when a county shall use the public bidding process in awarding a construction contract. So the House concurred with Senate amendments by a vote of 122-0. So we're pleased to see that pass. Senate Bill 197, this is the home-based business bill. This passed the House, and this currently awaits a vote in the Senate, and so this should probably occur during veto session. Senate Bill 418, this is the By Right Housing Development Act. This passed both the Senate and the House, so wanted to mention that. House Bill 2331, we've been working on this quite a while. This is the cremains bill. So this passed both the Senate and the House. I will mention the votes because I think it is important. This passed the Senate 38-0, and it passed the House 122-0. So good news on that. Okay, Senate Bill 325, we talked a lot about this. This was actually Senate Bill 404, so Senate Bill 404 was actually put into Senate Bill 325. So I'm going to kind of read this off because there were a lot of items that were put into this bill. So this would create the Vehicle Services Modernization Task Force. It would specify limits for the use of the special fund for county treasurers, the Kansas Department of Revenue, or contractors of the division in paying for necessary help and expenses incidental to the administration of duties in collecting motor vehicle registration and certificate of title fees, and rename certain fees related to vehicle registration and authorize an increase to transaction fee with the approval by the Board of County Commissioners to no more than $10 in calendar years 2027, 2028, and 2029. And so this passed both the Senate and the House. Senate Bill 3.
Tanya, would you mind if I add a clarifying thought that the commissioners need to understand about this? Is what this bill does is it also allows those online. Right now, we don't get the transaction fee for online users, but there's the same amount of work in the back end for the treasurer's office at the tag office. So now this will actually allow for online purchases to get that fee. So this completely will eliminate property tax subsidization to our tag office here. So this is a big deal. It's a real big deal.
Okay, thank you for that, adding that. Okay, Senate Bill 327, we had some emails going back and forth on this. I know that Anna Meyerhoff-Cole had some concern on this because of what this would do to CCBHCs. This was going to have a huge effect on some cuts for ComCare. However, this bill died, so that is actually good news for us. Couple of bills, HB 2516, this was our appraiser qualification appraiser qualification bill. This actually died, so we won't see that progress. House Bill 2698, this was our animal control bill. This also died. House Bill 2769, so this required members of governing bodies of a subordinate servicing taxing area to be a resident of those taxing area. This was amended to exclude elected officials. This passed both chambers, and this will go to the governor's desk. I don't want to steal the thunder from Commissioner Howell on this, but he did mention House Bill 2329, bill that he's been working on several years with juvenile justice stakeholders, legislators, and elected officials. This passed, so he, I'm sure, will probably talk about that. Okay, property tax relief bills. We talked a lot about House Bill 2745. I don't know if you want me to go over everything that's in that bill. I'm happy to do that, but I know that we talked about yesterday that this bill basically locks us into the revenue neutral rate plus either 3% or Midwestern CPI, whichever is less. If we try to pass this property tax, let me read this again. If we try to pass a property tax levy that exceeds that amount, 10% of registered voters can sign a protest petition that would basically take us back to reverting to the property tax revenue, or excuse me, the property tax levy or the revenue neutral rate. If this is not vetoed, this goes into effect immediately for the upcoming budget year. As I think Jason mentioned yesterday, it does not provide for any exceptions for all of our property tax support, so there's no consideration for new construction improvements, expiring property tax abatements that bring properties back onto the tax rolls, property that's added to a jurisdiction, and then we have talked a lot about our bonds issued using our full faith and credit. I think Jason talked also about the complexities for our elected clerk and treasurer as far as the return mail format for the revenue neutral notices, and then as well the new requirements for the treasurer's office and the election commissioner for posting and making available the petition. So that's 2745. I'm not sure if we talked about this, but the constitutional amendment, Senate Concurrent Resolution 1603, that's the 9% assessed valuation cap, and that's 9% or less. That goes back to a 2024 baseline. This was sent back to conference committees, so this could still come back up. So I want to mention that. And then the last bill that I'll mention is Senate Bill 33. That is our bill. This is our sales tax apportionment bill that was discussed late Friday. So also was, let me stop there. The committee agreed to continue the freeze on the formula. But what they also did was they added House Bill 2712 to the bill. That bill, 2712, would increase the authority for countywide retailer sales tax and provide for the dedicated apportionment of special purpose tax revenues up to 2% and limiting special purpose city and countywide retailer sales tax to 10 years. So that was added on to our bill, Senate Bill 33. So an agreement was reached, but no action was taken before the bodies adjourned. So that's still kind of hanging out there as well. So those are my updates. Happy to stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah.
Jim? Commissioner Howell?
That 2712, that again, that's voter approved. And you talk about special purpose. How defined does it have to be, we think? I mean, do you have to say it's for a specific program, or can it be quality of life?
I see Lindsay coming, so.
I'm just wondering, and again, this, I assume if it's special purpose, then that's not shared under the previous distribution formula of sales tax for counties. It would be exempt from that distribution formula.
So, Commissioners, Lindsay Peruso, your CFO, it is, special use does need to be fairly narrowly defined. In fact, if you read through the statutes of what has the statute defining sales tax, you'll see some pretty prescriptive language, like ours was a downtown arena when it was a special tax. So probably quality of life, I would assume, would not suffice. We may need to be more narrowly tailored than that, but should we choose to go down that path, certainly we would talk more with folks at the state to understand what restrictions we have to put on. In terms of whether it is distributed subject to the formula, unless it is specifically stated, it is distributed. That is the presumption in state statute. So we would also need to clarify that, even if it is for a specific use. So we had to be crystal clear about that at the time of the arena sales tax as well.
The city, some cities, I won't name them, but some cities have, I would consider to be kind of a normal city operational funding that they would provide for certain things that cities do. And some of the cities have put on a ballot the funding for those things that are very normal on a special question, a referendum for sales tax to fund those things, like the fire department, for example. Was that something that is, I mean, I hate to see us do that, but is that something that I guess that would be allowed in this case?
So as a special use, as long as it is restricted for just that purpose, then most likely, depending on how it's tailored, yes, that could be allowable. When it's a general purpose, but it has kind of some guardrails, that's what I think ours is considered, the general standard 1% countywide sales tax that is distributed with the other 20 cities. We put those restrictions in place ourselves through a ballot question, but it's more of a general purpose.
So, for example, we could talk about potentially mental health services or stormwater infrastructure. Those would be something we could probably talk about.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting we do that.
Yes.
So those out there as ideas.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned, back to Tanya, you mentioned what was the bill? It was by businesses by right. What was that bill number? It was like the fourth or fifth one you started with?
Senate Bill 418.
And that did pass?
It did. It passed the Senate and the House, correct.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask, Tanya, was that the housing by right or business by right?
It's by right, Housing Development Act.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, Commissioner, you maybe asked about a different bill.
Oh, no, I think that's what she said. I just didn't capture it quickly enough. I do want to point out, I want to say thank you to my colleagues and even former colleagues for recent support. Well, I guess it would be recent colleagues. Last 3 years we've had on our platform juvenile justice reform. This has been a very difficult bill to move forward. In fact, it is one that as long as we don't lose any support, it would probably be veto-proof. I don't know that this is not going to be vetoed. 2329 is not popular with some people for different reasons. The Department of Corrections, for example, was very much against this bill. But this bill, if you know what it does, it's going to help our foster parents, our foster kids, and frankly provide better services for our juvenile offenders. It's going to help them have a better standard, I guess, in how they get treated in the juvenile correction system. So I think this is really a very, very good bill. I've lost track how many times I've testified on that bill, going back for the last several years. And I want to say thank you to our staff who's helped the roundtable discussions. Tom, you've been really supportive, and my colleagues, frankly, to get this on the platform. Years ago, when I brought this up, the commission wasn't even willing to put this on the platform. So I had to do it on my own, and we were less successful. So this has been a very long road to get this bill passed, and I just want to say thank you. Then this is going to help our kids in Sedgwick County. And just for the media's point, everybody keeps saying, well, why do kids keep getting guns and shooting each other up in this city? Why does that keep happening? This is going to get to that issue. This is going to begin to solve that problem. We didn't used to have this problem. We created a new problem because we got really soft on this issue, and we're not managing these kids in a very effective way. This bill is going to get us back where we need to be, and it does have analysis and reporting as part of the bill now. So we're not going to be just wasting money and have no accountability. This bill actually creates accountability as well. So I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to move forward. I don't know this will not be vetoed. So we may have some more work to do to encourage an override on this bill. But anyway, I just want to say thank you to everybody involved in it. I really appreciate the work that you did. Thank you.
Commissioner Meister?
Thank you. Tanya, House Bill 2644. So tell me again, so that's if somebody's assessed value is more than 5%?
So the way that it reads is it requires a county appraiser to adjust the value of residential and commercial property upon final determination or obtain a fee simple appraisal if the appraised value exceeds 5% increase over 3 years.
So she would have to get an independent appraisal on a property?
That's the way I understand that. And I see our county appraiser is here. I don't know if she can speak to that.
If we had 3,000 properties over 5% increase, she would have to get 3,000 appraisals? Is that what that reads? Did that pass?
If it exceeds 5% increase over 3 years. That's the way I understand that.
Who bears that cost?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. Who bears the cost?
I want to get in the appraisal business.
Deanna can correct me if I'm wrong. Thomas Henry, Assistant County Counselor, but I believe that is, so if you appeal the value of your commercial property now, and on appeal there is a reduction in the value, there is law that caps the growth for that property for the next 2 years at 5%. I believe that this would just extend that to residential property. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding too. And that's what we would do. We wouldn't go out and hire fee appraisals for all of that. That would not be financially feasible for us to do such.
True.
There will probably be issues just like there is with commercial properties when we freeze those values for the series of years. They want them froze. Then when they're unfroze, then they will, unless something else changes, they will have to go back up with the market. So it'll kind of be a yo-yo effect. It'll level off, go back up. So if they change the way fair market value looks, then that would be adjusted. But that's what's happening right now with commercial. We'll cap it off, and when that is over that time period, then it goes back up to meet fair market value.
Okay. Thanks for the explanation.
Yep. Thanks, Steve. Anything else?
I have zero else.
Oh, you have another comment, Brian?
Yeah, just a comment. I just want to say thanks, Tanya, you and Tom Henry and legal staff. And Lindsay's been very active this session too. So I just want to thank staff. A lot of the public may or may not know, counties are political subdivisions of the state. So the interactions with our legislature and state government are quite a bit more detailed than what they are maybe at the city government. So this is something you took over 3 years ago, I think, maybe 2-3 years ago with legislative updates, and it is a big load. So I want to publicly thank you and the staff and all those that have done this. I know we're not completely done yet, but the book's not completely closed because there's a veto session. But thank you for the work you do. I want to publicly thank Watkins Public Strategy and all that they do. I think universally up here, we believe we got the best lobbying team in the entire state. And to Commissioner Howe's point, man, we seem to get a lot across the finish line that we sponsor or support every single legislative session. And I think a lot of that has to do with our relationships, the credibility of Sedgwick County. I think a lot of it has to do with the credibility of staff and those that are working here. But a big congratulations also goes to Watkins Group and Jessica Lucas and their entire team. So we got a pretty well-oiled machine here, how we do legislative issues. And I just want to thank you. You're at the head of that ship. So we appreciate the work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Yep. Just echo the comments. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Madam Clerk, next item.
Committee reports.
I'd like to ask our county appraiser, Deanna Espinone, to come up and kind of give us an update. I guess what I'm looking for is clarification. I believe yesterday was the last day you could send in appeals, and any statistics you have as far as how many appeals we've got, and maybe kind of looking forward as to what kind of timeline you think to be able to hear and process those appeals.
Good afternoon. I'm Deanna Aspidon, the Sedgwick County Appraiser. Thank you, Commissioner Blueball. I do have a few statistics. Actually, Communications is pulling up the dashboard right now. As you can see, they've done a good job with the dashboard. I will let you know that the dashboard is actually total appeals for all levels. So when you're looking at the count, for the 9.2K for last year, total account for appeals, that would be all levels. So last year for informal, there were only 7,850. I say only, that's still quite a large amount of appeals. This year, as of what we got put in yesterday, was 7,584. So it does look like it'll take us a few days to make sure that we have them all accounted for, because we'll be looking at a post date, because you did talk about March 31st was the deadline. And so we'll be looking at making sure that we get all the ones that were in by that time. There may be a few stragglers that we'll work on. There may be some exceptions to those rules, but.
Okay, and you'll accept a postmark date, is that correct? Or, because I've had a lot of people ask that question.
Yes, we would accept a postmark date of the 31st.
Okay.
And if there's some technical issues or whatever and we're aware of it, we'll make exceptions for those too and make sure that everybody who is requesting an appeal has the right to have their appeal. There sometimes could be some technical difficulties, but we would want to work through that. So with the 7484 appeals that we currently have active, out of those, we have closed 336, which is about 4%, a little close to 4.5% we have already closed. With that said, out of the ones that were closed, the ones that have value adjustments on them are 38.10% of them have value adjustments on them. 46.43% have no change. And as you notice, there's about another 15% that were not in those percentages, and 30 of them are pending because of a clerical issue, whether or not the property owner, if they were having a if they have a representative, there's a certain form they have to fill out. I know that we're in the process of working with those appellants to make sure that they have the proper paperwork turned in. And then there is about 6.5% that have already canceled and decided not to go through the appeal with that.
Okay.
I am appreciative of IT and communications of assisting with the dashboard. I think it gives a picture. It helps us see what's going on, and as you can see, it's on the Sedgwick County Appraiser's main page, so they can go on and look at it, and it's updated periodically. Are there any other questions?
Okay. Commissioners, you guys have any questions? Okay. I do, I've had a lot of questions from the public. You've been great about answering the questions. I have asked that we could do this weekly, maybe through mid-May or so, through whatever time. Maybe it takes you a little bit longer. First off, I do want to ask, is 7584, is that a lot larger number than what we normally, historically? What would that look like year over year from last year?
So it is, we were at 7850 last year total, so we are going to be going, I anticipate we're going to go over the 7850 for this year. So yes, the last couple of years, as you can see, they're quite a bit bigger than what they had been before. Okay. We do have a statutory deadline. I should have probably added that earlier, but all the appeals that are in this session, this informal session, they have to be heard by May 15th, and we have to have the decisions made by May 20th, and then we send out the results after that.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm going to open it up to public comment. John, you've been waiting patiently here. If you would like to come up to the podium, if you've got some questions to ask, you've been asking me some questions, just kind of want to have a little bit of public dialogue, if you don't mind. And just please state your name and address.
Yep.
Hi, Commissioners and Chairman. John Eichelberger. I live at 568 North Caleb in Hayesville. I'm a board member for the Timberlane North HOA. Kind of here discussing what we've been hit with as far as increases in our appeal or our appraisals for our homes. I'll read through this, and then I have a map that I can discuss, and I've got copies of this if you want to look at it also. I have MS, so I want to read it so I don't miss anything.
Okay.
Cost detail report, hyperinflated material costs used to appraise the value of my property instead of taking the time to find a like property to establish fair market value. Most appraisers in Kansas prioritize the comparables sales comparison method for residential properties, especially in areas with active real estate markets like Wichita or Hayesville. The approach is considered the most reliable indicator of fair market value because it reflects the informed buyers. Informed buyers are currently paying for similar homes. The cost method is generally used as a secondary check or in specific scenarios such as new construction, where labor and materials costs are currently and depreciation is minimal. Excuse me. Unique properties where when there are no similar homes nearby to use as comparison, e.g. specialized agriculture structures or custom solar engineered homes, or commercial or industrial, often used alongside the income approach for specialized buildings. By Kansas law, county appraisers must consider all three approaches, sales, cost, and income, but for standard But for standard homes, the comparable sales report is the primary driver of the assessed value. Now, this is kind of crude, and I got copies of it if you all would like to see some of these. I didn't have enough for everybody.
And John, I do want to just verify for the public, in our communications, you're kind of a representative of your HOA at Timber Lane Addition in Hayesville, correct?
Yes.
So you've been working with your neighbors, and this is...
Yeah, especially, I'm not opposed to paying my fair share of sales or of property tax. But when I saw these type of increases, it smacked me in the face, and I had to, I've never appealed anything before, even though I've had 12%, in the past. But when I see this, I've got to get off. I've got to speak up and talk. Our HOA, if you look at that map, it goes around the perimeter of our HOA, and it gives the percent increase, how much it increased, and then what the new sales price is. We've seen anywhere from 14 to 30%. My home went up 24%, $89,540 in 1 year. Two houses down from me, $116,950 in 1 year increase in value. And that drives up insurance, taxes, whatever the mill rate's going to be. So, and we see this, I don't know, you look at that map, it spells it out. We've got some major increases in value for all of these. So, that gets all of our attention. We just cannot see cost. When cost detail report, I talked to Deanna about my house, and she said that my comparables score was 130s. I can't believe in the first place that we can't find a house like my house to compare to get that number down. But then that's why it drove to cost detail report. So I got to looking. I went through every one of these. Every one of these is cost detail reported, not market value.
And I understand you have a real estate agent on your board. He's been copied and been interacting.
Yeah.
Some of the data he was sharing with me was several unsold properties that had been unsold, expired, and as I understand it, that's not data the appraiser can utilize.
Yeah.
So
there's a house across the street that went up 24%. It's if you see on that map, it's 1307 Hannah Lane. It was appraised at $441,930. It was on the market 2 cycles, and they couldn't sell it over $400. It's going to be going back on the market in May 1st to try to sell it. They had to lease it out over the winter just to be able to afford to get through the winter because they had already bought another house.
So you bring up an ironic problem. We don't have any sales, it doesn't sound like, so we had to go the cost approach, but it sounds like your sales, maybe the houses weren't selling.
We actually do have a sale.
Okay.
It's 1339 Aspen, which went up 14%. Increased $48,210.
Okay.
I don't know what the sale price was and all that. We just saw this recently.
Okay.
And then we have another sale that's pending that can't be used as a comp either, but it's pending. It went up 24% plus $71,210 to $362,900, and the pending sale is $325,000.
Yeah, and I did an analysis. I couldn't find anything that sold in your area for $400,000. I think there was one in maybe like $375,000, but it was a little different. It had a large swimming pool. It was a lot different than a lot of your houses. So it's kind of why I wanted to look at this, because you have an entire edition here that you've shared.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even. I just went around the outside. I didn't even look at the interior of those. I mean, I can put together a spreadsheet, but why is this HOA being hit so hard? I even looked at my son's house, which is down the road a mile away from me, in another cookie cutter edition. I mean, all those houses are the same, and they could not find a comparable. And his numbers are in the 30s, 30 to 60, and they could not find a comp, or to give fair market value for his house. They used cost detail report on his house also. It just seems just terrible. I mean, that we need to put up with this.
Okay. Well, hopefully you and any of your neighbors that feel like, and I try to tell folks, don't look at the year-to-year increase. Look at, do I think I can sell my house for that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was told to me that we were making up the cost. We have to endure $117,000 a year to make up cost, and then it would be hyperinflated material costs. That just does not make sense.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. Do you guys have any questions or comments? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you for being here today. And I first of all, let me sympathize with you. These big changes are hard to stomach, and I get that. I think that's what's driving the idea of HB 2745.
Yeah.
Actually, but more than likely, let me think that SCR 1603. Or really both of them. Both of those bills are designed to. One of them limits assessed value. Actually, I should probably just stop talking about it because I get them confused in my head. The one that did not, the one that was at 9%, that was the 1603.
Yeah,
that's a spike cap. Okay, it's saying you can't absorb a bigger than a 9% change. It's been mischaracterized as a 9% increase every year for everybody. That's not what it is. It's saying if you get over 9% increase in 1 year, we're going to limit your change year over year to 9%. We want everybody to be at fair market value. That's really the goal, I think, of the entire system.
Absolutely.
Fair market
we're
value
not against
is the goal.
that. I mean,
in fact, one of the problems I think in Sedgwick County, which I think we're dealing with right now, is we've had a pretty bad undervaluing of properties. And I say that I have data here. I would love to show it to you. Actually,
absolutely.
We actually
I've got my own.
I've got the last 5 years worth of data. I actually have about 7,000 home sales a year, and you look at the appraised value, which we do. On our appraised value is January the 1st.
Yep.
And it sells sometime in the next 12 months. We didn't know the house was going to sell. We treat every house theoretically the same. There are some errors, which is why we have appeals.
Sure.
But of the houses that sell, we look at the sales price versus the appraised value from the county. And if you look at 7,000 homes, which again is a pretty good subsample of all the homes, right? Statistically, you say, well, how do we do? Well, we are coming in undervalued across the board. And I'm just going to say, I'm looking at your house right now. It's a beautiful home. Last year, your home was appraised $374,700. And I'm looking at your home thinking, I think that house is a beautiful home. I don't think that's the right number. It had to go up. And so the problem is the appraiser doesn't care how much it changes per year. The legislature seems to care, and I know we care. But the appraiser's job is to be fair market value this year, even if it was wrong before. And so what they made this giant jump, a 24% increase. And I'm not saying it's right. I just like to look at these other third-party sites to just kind of get a reference point what they think it's worth. Again, I'm not saying that they're right, but like Zillow and Redfin and Realtor.com and all those other sites, they're placing your house around around let me look at this one here, around 440-ish number. And the county is a little higher than that. So again, maybe an appeal would get that right. The other thing I point out here is there is no comparable sales in your entire neighborhood. This entire map, not a single sale.
There is one sale in 24.
Well, for some reason, it's not showing up on the website here, and I don't know why that is, but there's not a lot of data here to back up.
Sedgwick County or?
I'm looking at Sedgwick County website right now. Yeah.
There was a sale in 24.
They have what's called a sales validation report that has to be validated before we can put that into the database. And I'd say I don't know how we're doing now, but we were pretty far behind. I think our new appraiser's getting caught up on that, but there's a requirement. There's only so much time you have to do the sales validation, and we were not keeping up with what we should have been doing previously. So I think there's some catch-up work that's been done, but some of the data here, I think it doesn't show some of those sales because we were behind on the sales validation.
But you're looking just in that one HOA.
I'm saying, look at it. Well,
why not go out into other HOAs? There's houses that are. I can probably go out and grab some that are like now. Again, I'm spokesperson for our HOA. If I be honest, I think my house is worth more, and it did go up in price. But 24%, $90,000. I got a hard time with that.
I get that. Again, the appraiser doesn't.
What I'm talking about is all these other houses there's houses on. If you look at the bottom, all these houses are cookie cutter.
You're kind of on the higher end of that neighborhood, aren't you, John?
I am, yes. And I'm probably not going to be my appeal probably won't be accepted, but because I've done a lot to the house, but I'm fighting for everybody else that have cookie cutter houses that can go out into any neighborhood around that are in the 300s and find a house that's comparable that you can do a market value on.
Sure. A couple points here. The appraiser is supposed to they're trying to hit target, if you will, 100% market value plus or minus 10%. So 10% of yours would be about $46,000 roughly. That's a pretty big number. And I think if you look at the plus or minus 10%, even though I'm not saying Zillow is right, I'm simply saying comparing those two numbers, they're like 20,000 apart. Okay, so I'm not saying that's right.
But how does Zillow get its numbers? Is it going off of this?
No, they don't.
Are they going off of the inflated houses because of cost?
I'll argue back to my data that I had. If I look at every single home sale in Sedgwick County for the last 5 years, we're typically coming in 3, 4, 5% below market value all the time. You can make a statement. There are some overvalued. There are some, but across the board, the averages say we're undervalued by a few percent. That's just the way. That's the way to date. And I have the data right here. I'd be glad to show it to you. Sure. I put the data up on the map before, up on the overscreen before. It's just there are some
errors,
no question. I'd like to just my final comment would be this. You're talking to the county commission. I'm going to ask you kind of a trick question here. What do you want us to do? I'm not a professional. But what do you want us to do about What do you want us to do about this? Well, because we have. Let me repeat what Dorian Beatty said.
I'm asking is that we do market value pricing, not inflated by material costs. A material cost is for a new house.
Let me make my question a little clearer.
How can you go for 100? If you have a new house, isn't it normally cost per square foot?
Let me state my statement there, and I'll be done.
Okay.
We don't direct her at all.
Okay.
She doesn't follow our commands at all.
Yeah.
We've never told her to do this or that. My point is that you're talking to us like we are going to tell her. No. I'm going to tell her that we have. I'm not in 12 years have I called her any appraiser. I've worked with 3 now, or 3 of them work for us so far. And I say work for us. I mean they've worked in Sedgwick County since I've been here. Not one time in 12 years have I ever called up the appraiser and said, "I've got an upset constituent, or I want this or that. And I want you to change the value because I'm telling you." That's not one time have I ever done that.
Yeah.
It's unethical. I think it's probably illegal. Yeah. The point is, it's a independent agency that works for the state of Kansas. We pay their salaries, and they follow the rules and regulations and laws of the state of Kansas. We don't tell them what to do. The fact that you're talking to the county commission, it's as if we have control, and we have none. We don't do this.
Well,
and I'm sorry that it can't happen, but the reality is they're just doing their job, and you have an appeals process to make it right if it's incorrect.
If you guys don't mind if I chime in here. John, I know you have a tremendous amount of respect for Commissioner Howe. You've mentioned him several times to me through emails and calls.
About this.
So I'm wondering if I could get you guys, maybe we could have an offline discussion or some sharing of data back and forth. Because I think you both are very analytical-minded folks. That's why I'd like to get both of you together to have a discussion. Are you okay with that, Commissioner?
Absolutely. I just do think since he raised the topic publicly, I want to be able to answer the question publicly. And I'm glad to speak with you offline and show you the rest of the data. At the end of the day, I'm proud of Sedgwick County. I know there's errors in the system, which again, I think has been my goal. I want an accurate system. And I'm glad to talk with you offline. I think there's things we can do to fix the accuracy of our system. It's going to require legislative action. And unfortunately, I don't think 1603 is the right answer. I have a lot of reasons for saying that. But at the end of the day, inaccuracies is a problem, and we need to fix that. And that is my absolutely 100% my focus. And we need to fix it.
And I guess what I'm trying to do is just bring this to everyone's attention. You talk to a lot of these people in this HOA, even a lot of people in Hayesville about doing an appeal, and they go, "That's just a waste of time." I mean, the appeal process. I'm sorry, but they're judge, jury, and executioner. There's nothing you can do about it. They know they're not going to be acceptable. They're not, most of the time it's not going to be accepted. I've heard it over and over and over again where people try to go in and appeal. I've not done it, but I'm talking to people that try to do it, and it's never.
A lot of people like to make the appeal because they don't like the number, but they don't provide evidence that it's not correct. If you provide evidence that it's incorrect, because there's things they can't see. They just drive by your house, they fly over your home. Yeah. They have observations from the outside, but you say, well, you think I've got granite countertops I got Formica. My windows are old. In fact, the windows have to be replaced because they're fogged, and my basement's got a leak in it. My roof is damaged, and you provide evidence. They'll begin to adjust that market value correctly, but you have to provide evidence. And so people who make an appeal, simply because I don't like the number, but they don't provide evidence, they're not going to get an adjustment most likely. The other thing is, one of the solutions I wanted to address about, you talk about it's just jury and execution or whatever, the judge, jury, executioner. I want to establish a hearing officer panel, which is 3 real estate experts.
There you go.
And it should be in Sedgwick County, and it gives you a secondary, not an informal appeal, but a formal appeal before a panel of 3. They look at your evidence, and they make a binding correction to your value. We can do this under Kansas law right now.
Yeah.
We just don't do it because it costs money. I don't want to waste your money and do things that people, again, we try to cut government. We don't fund the panel today, but we could. And that's a step between between the informal appeal and the Board of Tax Appeals. But it's dynamic. It's in Sedgwick County by people who know Sedgwick County real estate.
Yes.
And that's something we could do today. And I've been advocating this over and over and over again. It takes 3 commissioners to make this happen.
Yeah.
So I agree with you 100%. 3 of us need to get together and say, we're going to do that.
Yeah. Again, isn't it kind of strange that all of these are cost detailed reported? Every single one. Every single one. No market value at all. Every single one in this HOA. So I'm one of other HOAs that are going to get together and work on this. So.
Commissioner Bay, do you have a question?
Yep, I would just say, by and large, just everybody keep going for the public that's listening, is there's one solution to this, is when your local governments adopt their budgets in August, demand that they reduce mill levy and not take all this assessed value growth. That's where it comes from. I get incredibly frustrated to know that people are as fearful of their assets appreciating and generating wealth for their families that they are so disgruntled because they fear looming tax increases. I encourage you again, those that are listening, taxing jurisdictions, there's 9.3% assessed value growth here. I don't see a world where we would take, in fact, we're building a budget based on around 4%. And another, for the fourth year in a row, a mill levy decrease here. I can't see a world where a local taxing jurisdiction needs to take all the assessed value growth. But because they have so often, that's why when people get their property valuation notices, they fear looming property tax increases. Well, you're not going to, you're 20% of the bill or 25% of the bill if you're in Hayesville, that's ours. I promise you we're going to take care of business on our end, but you got phone calls to make with your other taxing jurisdictions.
And then it has another impact is insurance too. I mean, I'm not opposed to saying, hey, my house is worth more. You know, I'd have to be crazy. But 24% in 1 year, $90,000.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. I appreciate it. Deanna, would you mind maybe coming back next week and answering some of these questions, maybe updating some of the things that John's brought up as part of the presentation next week? That's quite a bit to throw at you right now, unless you want to get into some of it right now.
Chairman, there is some legal issues here because there's appeals going on that I can't be responding about any particular property.
Okay.
And we would really need for them to come in for appeal, and we would sit down with them in detail and go over their property. But as far as his direct questions that he had, I wouldn't be able to do that legally.
Okay. Okay.
So, but I will be happy to come back every week through the appeal season and answer any question that I would be able to do at that time.
Thank you. Maybe we can get into why you do have to use cost approach for established neighborhoods, and kind of get into further than that. And a lot of the issues too I get is whenever people come in to argue their appeals, they don't know what data you've used. They don't know whether you've used cost approach, sales comparison. Are they just missing that, or is that?
It's actually on the website. I don't know. They would have to go into their property search.
Okay.
And when
Maybe we could do a little demo next week.
Maybe. Yeah.
That'd be fair?
Possibly. The issue is that I'd have to bring someone's specific property up, and if one of the commissioners want to volunteer their property, I would bring it up.
Yep. Yeah. You can use mine.
I can do that. I mean, that was the only concern I would have is I would have to bring someone's specific property up.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'd like to take a motion to receive and file the public comment.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty. Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise. Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Do not believe we have an executive session. Do we have anything else on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
You skipped other.
I'm sorry. Next item.
Other.
Other. Do we have any comments? Anything from commissioners? Okay. Next item.
Executive session.
Okay. We do not have an executive session. So we will call the meeting adjourned at 1:20.